parties from the Everest side of this circle, and that is it. The Panthers are down to 2.
PassionFruit versus EFC for the finish.
Nicely done, No Mercy gets another knockdown onto Enigma, and now it's 1 against 3.
The Super Weekend is in front of us. The final one at that. The third of 3 Super Weekends starts right about now, and I couldn't be more excited to bring it to you. Welcome to the PMPL. We're here in North America. I'll be your host, F. And like I said, I'm excited to just hang out, be here. It's the third one. We're going to see who goes to the finals this weekend. I'm sure everybody is talking about it, so let us know. Let us hear your conversations, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, anywhere on the internet. Get involved, and of course, spam those emotes in the Twitch chat. We want to see them. And if you're on Twitter, we do that too. Add us at Esports PUBGM. Use the hashtag PMPL. That'll get you on our radar, and maybe you guys will have something nice to say. I've got 2 people here that'll help me break down some of the finer points of our contest today. Say hello to the 7 World Gaming, and of course, the Glitter Explosion. Very happy to be back after a day off. Glitter, how you feeling going into the weekend?
Oh, I am excited for this weekend. Let me tell you, I am expecting it to potentially get a little bit spicy, so I'm ready to see what these teams bring to the table, 7. What about you?
Yeah, I just want to see what's the tone that these teams are going to come on. I'm excited just like you. How are you, F. You doing pretty good?
I'm chilling, man. I've like I said, re-energized with the day off, but realistically speaking, I mean, I was just kind of, can it be Friday already, all day yesterday, because this is it. We've got squads in here that didn't make it originally to Super Weekend number 1. They've got a lot of work to do. Squads that have been here, let's just pull up the standings. They speak for themselves in some ways, but there are some finer points that, like I said, I'm glad to have my experts here to break down, because it's the last go. This is all we've got, Glitter, so this is what we're looking at.
Right, so obviously our first page is pretty much set in stone, but there are a few things we do want to call out here. Obviously, 19 Esports is sitting out for our final Super Weekend. That's why their name is, in fact, grayed out, and that's actually potentially going to change up the way some of these teams play this weekend, so that could have a little bit of an effect on some of those middle and lower ranking teams. But also something that I was looking at that I noticed, which is actually kind of insane, just to give some props to Ghost Gaming, who has been in first place now for quite some time. But there is literally, if you see 8th place, PassionFruit Esports, 220 points. So we are looking at over 160 point difference from first to 8th place, which is actually insane, because there are teams on our rankings right now that don't even have that many points in total.
Yeah, it just goes to show how dominating the top teams have been. And as you mentioned, 19 Esports not being there is definitely going to set for some interesting hot drops, or quite possibly some changes in drops. Now, on the second page here, we have the Panthers with 208 points tonight. And as Glitter was mentioning, just alongside with 19 Esports, the Hitless and Affiliate Esports are not going to be able to make it here to this Super Weekend. And with Affiliate Esports, it's going to be interesting, because they're only participating in 1 Super Weekend, and missing out on this one, they're going to, I think it's going to be very impossible. All the other teams on the last page are going to have to throw if Affiliate Esports is going to make it in. Now, we are going to be going here towards the last page, and we're going to be seeing those teams, Glitter, that are pushing to that top 16, and I'm pretty sure some of these teams might actually have a chance.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to be looking a lot, because if you notice, We Support Farmers is only 6 points behind where Affiliate Esports is in our overall rankings right now, and We Support Farmers is playing this weekend. So we'll definitely be looking out for them. HQA and Dior Esports also there in the bottom portion, but playing here this weekend, so we'll see what a lot of these squads can manage to do.
You're making it to the first Super Weekend.
Also true.
Yeah, that is a big deal. That is a big deal, because if you haven't been following us this entire time, basically the top 16 teams are going to finals. So that last page, they're in the danger zone. But you saw, Affiliate's the gatekeeper at 16, and they're not here to defend their spot. Woo! The Dave's Daily Pick!
I'm looking at Level X. They're coming for all of the winner chicken dinners this week. Ultron, I was talking to Ultron. They're going to come into game number 1. They are hot dropping everybody, and they're going to be getting that winner chicken dinner. I'm telling you, everybody's been sleeping on Level X this whole time. Disrespect. The disrespect coming out here. It ain't right, and I just had to set it straight. Level X coming for that number 1 spot, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. That's a fact. All right?
Oh,
all right?
Okay, yep.
All right?
Yep. Yep. Okay, yeah, that happened. Sorry, folks. He just keeps doing this, you know? He just keeps doing this. But, you know, unfortunately, he keeps bringing a relevant topic of conversation. I mean, Level X, they've got some potential. We saw some flashes in the pan, but I use that phrase very intentionally, Seven. I want to get your thoughts on Level X before we move on, now that Dave has kind of given us this topic, because we've seen them, but we also have had maps where Level X are real quiet.
I call cap. All right, all of that of hot dropping people. What? Come on, this team, when they got the chicken dinner, they pretty much avoided the fights until the very end. It will be interesting, though, if they do decide to hot drop people, Glitter, because we'll be seeing a completely different gameplay out of them. And for some of the other teams that have tried to mix it up like that, it has never worked out. So I don't know. I'm not on that hype train bus.
Yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily jump on it either, considering that they're technically only 3 points above Felion Esports in 15th place right now. So they actually do have the potential to be leapfrogged by some of our lower teams if they don't have a good performance here this weekend. I'll definitely be keeping my eye on them. I just don't know that they're going to go super crazy.
Here's the thing. Dave was kind of right about Coops. He was kind of right about EFC. He was kind of right about Panthers. So, you know, I'm at the point where I wasn't thinking Level X. Maybe I should be. So definitely a deep cut there from Dave one more time. Some more surface level stuff. Ghost Gaming is good. That's my thesis, all right? Ghost Gaming has been really, really strong. Enigma Fan Club, though. This has been one of, like, Dave's kind of picks, but I think this has been a pick that everybody's kind of got their eyes on. EFC has been a team that has really stood up, and like I said, the big duh of the conversation, Seven, is that Ghost Gaming is good, but look at this squad EFC. They're definitely able to stand up.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, something to refresh the memory of the viewers, is that EFC had only qualified to 1 Super Weekend. This one is going to be their second one, while Ghost Gaming has qualified to all 3 of them. And they have been, with Ghost Gaming, I mean, the consistency in regards to the damage, you can see they're definitely getting a lot less heals, and that's because they're able to finish off the kills a lot faster. The average survival time, though, for EFC has actually been impressive, and something that I wanted to mention extra in regards to EFC is that we saw a player starting to stand out a lot, and that was in Coops, one of Dave's pick, and that one actually ended up working out fine. Now, what's something interesting here that happened in the last week of league play is that Coops actually set out for a day, so I'm not sure if they were just trying to give some of the other players a chance to play or what was going on there, but you could see how bad he actually hurt that team. So I'm interested to see which team is going to be showing up today here for EFC and how Coops is going to be performing. I'm always a big supporter of a big plays, as we're talking about HH24 right here as well. This is another player that's been able to step it up. With Ghost Gaming, I mean, I think the question becomes, are they going to be able to beat their record of 6 chicken dinners in the Super Weekend that they have, which equals $6,000, because every chicken dinner on the Super Weekend equals 1K. And for EFC, is going to be what kind of gameplay are we going to be seeing out of the PMCO champions? Overall, I think they've been performing well. I mean, you kind of saw the stats there. They were able to keep up with the top dogs. And Glitter, I'm just really interested to see how EFC is going to be coming out today.
Yeah, I actually am too, because one of the things that we need to give a little bit of love to EFC for is the fact that right now they are in 12th overall, right? But they're actually placed higher than 2 teams who have played in 2 Super Weekends. And they're right behind the hit list, who has also played in 2 Super Weekends. So, I mean, EFC has actually positioned themselves way more strongly than it may seem if you just take a cursory glance at the overall standings, when you take into consideration the fact that all of those numbers you saw in the original graphic and where they are in the standings are reflective of only 1 Super Weekend performance.
Yep.
At the end of the day, there's no world in which Ghost fans really have to be concerned. Just sit back and watch the show. I think the same thing is similar to be said about EFC. You want to see them turn up, you want to see them do well, but I think they're pretty comfortable. I want to celebrate, or I want to cover some teams that are a little bit less comfortable. Dior Esports, welcome to the Super Weekend, by the way. They've missed both 1 and 2. We've got HQA and We Support Farmers, who, although not as dismal as Dior's outlook, definitely have a lot of work to do. These are the squads that find themselves towards the bottom end and are going to be fighting to find themselves above that 16 level mark. And so these teams, as dim as the lights may be, because I've set them up that way, I think I'm doing them a disservice. I think there's no way, shape, or form that they're out of contention here, Glitter, but it will be an uphill battle.
It's most definitely going to be an uphill battle. Now, I don't necessarily think that you were doing them a disservice. I think part of it is that's just kind of some of the performances that we see in these teams, right? Okay, so here are my concerns. All of these teams right now, if we're looking at this graphic here, their average damage for all of them is very low. HQA is in first with almost 800, but when we compare that against some of the other teams who are on top, it's still pretty low, right? The same goes for their average kills. That is not enough points if they want to take over some of these teams that we're currently looking at. Now, HQA specifically is coming into this weekend with only 37 points from the very first time that they played in the Super Weekend. When in that same first Super Weekend, we literally had a game where Xset had almost as many points as that in one single solitary game, where it took 15 matches for HQA to hit that amount of points, okay? Now, we've obviously seen some standout performances from HQA, but I have genuine concerns about their ability to continue that type of performance consistently, especially when we've seen the play style change from league play to Super Weekends, and there's money on the line. So, I mean, we'll see how they do this weekend, but I don't know how strong they can be against some of the other squads in the lobby. Then we have to move on to, We Support Farmers 7. That's a squad that's been historically overly passive, if anything, and especially when we're in a Super Weekend, I don't think that that's a strategy that will work as successfully as we have seen it work for them in the past.
Yeah, and especially when you start comparing it to the top dogs, right? After all, these teams are trying to make it to the finals and then move on from the finals. And the way that We Support Farmers has been playing is just not a way that's going to get you there. I mean, just looking at the stats, and I'm just going to give you some stats in regards to league play. On the first week of league play, they got 21 kills. On the second week of league play, they got 14 kills. And on this last week of league play, they barely got 10 kills. So you're seeing a big decline in kills in We Support Farmers when some of the other teams are starting to step it up in a big way. And then you have a flip side, right? On the second week of league play, Dior Esports only had 12 kills. They didn't make it to the Super Weekend. This league play that just passed, Dior Esports were able to put up 23 kills. So this is one team I'm definitely going to be looking at with Dior Esports. And with HQA, I do want to give them a little bit of credit. They did really, really well on this week of league play. I just don't know if they're going to be able to mimic that here in the Super Weekend, though.
You know, it's wild. Dior Esports is a squad that was asleep for weeks, didn't make it to any Super Weekends. My personal take after their league play this week, out of those three, they might be the most interesting to watch.
Right?
And that's insane to me. Oh man, I love this league. We've really set up a lot of the talk about the finals. Let's pull up the race to the finals. This is all of our conversations here culminated into one good look. Now there's a little bit of math magic going on here. Average points per game to pass 16th place. Now, this one was a little bit easier, I guess, because Ophelia doesn't actually play, so you don't have to take into account a moving target. That's better for the mathematicians in the back of the room for sure, but also for these teams, Seven, it's kind of nice knowing that you have a line to pass and it's not going to move.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these teams are going to be looking at this like, okay, this is what we need to at least be able to pass a feeling, right? Once they pass them, don't worry, we're going to be showing you an even better graphic tomorrow on what they need to do to actually maintain that 16th place. But a lot of this team, like Dior Esports, 6.5 points to at least pass a feeling Esports. I think that's achievable considering how they were playing during the week of league play. With We Support Farmers, I mean, you literally have to average 0.4 points, all right? I think it's doable, even with how bad in a way they perform. By the way, it's not us trying to be toxic or anything like that. We're just thinking about the big picture. These teams want to go to the finals and they want to move on from there. with the way they're playing, with the way some of these teams are playing, it's just not going to happen. So hopefully this is a wake-up call to all those teams to be like, hey, you need to start playing a little bit more aggressive. What we're telling you here is not just us talking smack. We want you to do better because we want you to do good. Please.
I do think it's interesting. I think there's a big conversation about how 1 point per game is all we support farmers' needs. They don't really like to go after kills, but getting 1 kill per game. I think this might be a super weekend that could teach them good habits. At least I'm hoping so. Super weekend maps are always the same. We want to give a nice even playing field for all of our teams. And so as we come back to super weekend number 3, it's the same map rotation that we've seen. Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, then we'll go to Miramar and back to Erangel. So no surprises here. Everybody will get on the big map, the old map, and the little map. Miramar, actually, if you have just joined us, has been one of the more exciting maps, believe it or not. Even though Sandhawk's there, Miramar is the one that has been living up to the big stuff. So I'm excited to jump in. Erangel is going to be the one that we're going to. Seven and Glitter, thank you so much for covering all the stuff that we needed to in our pre-show. After map number 1 and after all of the maps today, we'll come back to you guys to help break down the action as we look towards everything that we're doing here today. I'll be watching from the green room alongside my analysts. You can watch at home. You're already doing so. So do me a favor. Pull out the phone and watch in the Esports Center. It's right in the app. We put PUBG Mobile in your PUBG Mobile. Just go ahead, watch the game. You earn points for just chilling and doing what you're already doing. Then you can take those points, wager, and see if you can guess the winner. If you do guess the winner, give Dave a high five, because Dave is pretty good at guessing the winners as well. But you also get points. You can use those points to buy stuff, draw stuff, or if you wait till the end, the top 3 people with points get a permanent outfit. And that is not something you want to miss out on. The PMPL always likes to push things forward, in-game, out-of-game, and on stage. Say hello to my 2 very, very great colleagues. It's Hot Jukes and, of course, Mustache Dave. Big man Mustache Dave. We've got a new super weekend. You talked about Level X. What are you thinking?
So, all right. When I said hot drop, that's just me assuming. They did tell me that they are going to be dropping in different locations, right? One of the reasons is because they want better utility when it comes to Miramar, and then on Sandhawk, they're also dropping somewhere else. When you tell me that, I'm thinking you're going on the hunt. I'm thinking you're looking to maybe capitalize on some of these teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, take them out early, get those kill points. So maybe they will hot drop, maybe they won't, but I know for a fact that they are changing their spots here today. That's my take. 7 was asking. There you go.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta look for it.
Let's go.
All right.
Yeah, baby.
Hot Jukes. Yeah, you feeling it? You're just excited to get into it, huh?
Man, always. I mean, like right now, look, last Super Weekend, there's 15K up for grabs here. So I know a lot of these teams, they're going to be giving it their all, and I'm ready to see who comes out on top.
That's the idea. The final super weekend looms in front of us. 16 teams taking the field here. All of them have earned it. A couple of teams feeling comfortable, a couple of teams not so much. Everybody gotta grind. Erangel coming at you hot. It's Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. We'll see you in a sec.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Get pumped up because here it is. It all comes down to this. The last Super Weekend here of this entire league, Dave. What do you think, man? You said Level X. You're going to come in hot on the last one. Man, all I know is that when you got this much money on the line, these teams, they want it.
Level X. Yeah, they got to come up hot because currently they're about 14 points ahead of 16th. So they need to be consistent every single game, make sure that they qualify. Top 16, that's the goal for all of these teams on that Super Weekend leaderboard. And this is going to be a spicy week, Hot Jukes. 15 grand on the line, points on the line. The final week of NA PMPL before the finals. I'm feeling good, man. I hope you are too.
I've been feeling good, baby. I'm waiting for this day here. So I think it's going to be huge to see which teams are going to be moving on to the finals. Obviously, you got a Phelion Esports didn't make it into this Super Weekend. You know that they are crossing their fingers and just hoping that we support farmers chokes this one. Now, they should be able to very easily pass them up. They could do it in this game here. And to be honest, I just want to see them get it out the way. You know, just get it out the way early, get those nice little 7 points, so that way you can just feel a little bit more comfortable going into the rest of the weekend so you can get ready for the finals. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that because, you know, this is the last week and, you know, personally, I think teams are starting to look like they are in their final form, I guess you can say. They're coming into these last 15 games trying to tighten up their gameplay, any little micro mistakes that they have been working on to correct heading into the finals. So we support farmers. If they can get those points needed to qualify, then that just proves my point.
I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good to see Ghost Gaming. They have been crushing it in Super Weekend. 6 chicken dinners so far. And by the way, I saw you did a interview, I believe, yesterday with 19E, right? Now 19E's sitting out, but didn't he talk a little bit about Carnage talk a little about Ghost Gaming?
A little bit, yeah. Carnage, shout out to Carnage. Dude is super knowledgeable and talk about a player that has just been growing, you know, not only in game but out game and just becoming an all-around well-rounded teammate, boosting up their squad mates and sharing that knowledge. So they also did not qualify, similar to Aphelion. So they're going to be sitting on the sidelines now, not going to be stressing as much as Aphelion, but they're also going to be watching their point lead slowly slide down here this weekend.
Slowly, yes they are. Now speaking of Aphelion, right? What do you think, how do you think EFC is going to perform? Because EFC, they've definitely been on the come up. The issue is though, their name is Enigma Fan Club. Enigma plays on Aphelion. And the way it's looking right now, don't look like he's going to make it to the finals, Dave. How do you think that's going to help their overall morale?
I think Enigma is chilling because all the money goes to him and then he gets to distribute it to his fan club at the end of the day. So
gotcha.
That's just me joking. I have no idea how that works out. But EFC, though, I mean, all seriousness, 150 points in 15 games. Now, to compare them to other squads like the Knights, who played 30 games with 192 points, EFC, at the end of this week, to me, they could be top 5 if they continue on with that momentum from last Super Weekend.
That's nutty to even think about because, like, the hit list, obviously, not making it. You know, they are 176 points in 11th place. Enigma is in 150 points. So, I mean, considering that they've done that in half the amount of games is honestly insane. And they can pass up the Knights, the Panthers even. They have just been popping off here. And if they're able to really play that play style that we saw, especially in these past few days where they're just playing super grouped up and aggressive, I think it's easy to see. I'm really happy to see a squad make some adjustments, come back strong, and show that, hey, we're willing to adapt, learn from our mistakes, and show up big towards the end. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh, we look forward. We look forward to checking in with all these teams, their final 15 games. We were just looking at the Panthers. You're talking about teams possibly changing up some things. Well, Legal told me that they did a lot of VOD reviews yesterday, and they are potentially going to be thinking about gatekeeping those teams who are trying to qualify. They know that they have the power to decide that, and that is a worry for me if I'm looking at We Support Farmers. If I'm looking at HQA, they also need a huge week. So we support farmers. They're going to need to be on their P's and Q's because they are going to be getting hunted, not only by those top teams thinking they're easy points, but also by those mid-pack teams looking to get that revenge here this weekend.
That's crazy to think about. That's honestly really insane. I honestly don't know if that would be the best strategy in my
For
eyes.
Panthers?
Yeah, I don't see it making sense because, to be honest, I haven't been impressed with We Support Farmers play, except for last weekend, considering that, you know, technically We Support Farmers better than 19E, right? They made it in here. 19 didn't even make it in last week, so I think I can boldly say that here, at least for this week. But when it comes to if you're trying to gatekeep teams and keep them out,
Yeah.
you really want to keep out We Support Farmers and allow Aphelion in? Like, to be honest, if I would want a team to play against in the finals, I would rather play against We Support Farmers than Aphelion. Because, yeah, they've been inconsistent, but when they do pop off, Aphelion could be a dangerous team. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the backstory. You know, I don't know where this bad blood might have come.
True.
You know, but we talk about we support farmers only needing, what, 4 points? When you have teams at the top looking at you like you're a tasty treat, when you got teams at the mid-pack looking at you like you're a tasty treat, we say 4 points, but that could actually be a challenge in 15 games.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, especially with this new point system. And if you get taken out past 13, that's 0. You pull up literally the goose egg, and if you're able to get, past that 13th place, you'll get that 1 point. If you do get hunted down, though, that's going to be super, super tough. I don't really want to say it just yet because I don't want to jinx it, but I really do want to see some of these teams, like HQA especially, with the fact that they're coming in now for their second Super Weekend. They didn't even have a great Super Weekend the first one they played. If they come back just super, super strong, that would just be really impressive to see.
Yeah, these teams, HQA, Dior, their first Super Weekend. Today's the day, right? They need to pop off today, because if they do not pop off today, the last 10 games are going to be a challenge for them trying to qualify in that top 16. As we see the kill feed, actually some points, at least some knocks from Dior. So Dior Nesquik was telling me in order for them to qualify, they need at least 10 points per game. That's a big ask, Hot Jukes. That is huge. At 10 points per game, I mean, that's going to be a big challenge.
I almost forgot about Dior.
Don't. Today's the day to at least look at them, right?
I was like, let's look at HQA. And then I just realized, oh yeah, Dior, this is their first Super Weekend. I mean, to be honest, yeah, I have to see it to believe it. Like, if they start pulling out, I think, a good placement here and the next game, then I'll start getting on that little train. But at the same time, man, if they make it with only playing one Super Weekend, Dave, that would be mind-boggling. Like, literally, that's the performance of a lifetime.
Yeah, 10 points per game, at least. So today's the day. If they
third
cannot,
place? Like, in placement points?
Yeah, right? If they can't do it today, then, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to be checking in with them moving on into the next couple of days. And that's not me just being BM. That's just a fact. I mean, they have a tall task ahead of them. Same with HQA. But HQA, the only difference is last time we saw them, they were popping off, Hot Jukes. They had, 14 kills in their last game, technically?
Which is crazy. I mean, because honestly, I thought HQA was, done. Because they had been having some really horrible performances. They missed out on that last Super Weekend, and they were at the bottom of it, And then all of a sudden, bouncing back in this last league play super hard with some insane kills. That's really awesome to see. And I ain't going to lie. I love the fact that you got the chance to talk to some of these players because, Dior, hearing the fact that one of the players knows, hey, this is how many points that we need, I think is a good sign because they're showing that, okay, they've done the research. They're planning to try and make it in. The thing is this, though, Dave. You can plan all you want, but how are you going to play? How are you going to execute that plan? And we're in the game. We're in game number 1 here. We're seeing the zone go over to Yasnaya. Let's see how they do it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to be rolling up just south of Severny when we are looking at Dior, looking for that 10 points per game. HQA, dead center, across the way, EFC. A lot of teams starting to pile up down here towards the south, so we might have some nice little engagements here very shortly. JCR pulling in from Primorsk, the Unnamed wrapping around just a little east of Hospital, going to be pulling up into shooting range, and then, of course, the Panthers still Milta, just looting up. Oh, looking around. Rollkiss making a quick U-turn right there as Brain looking to group up with their squad mates, and we start to hear some shots ring out.
See, Telly busted out that card 98. I had the chance to play with Telly a little bit yesterday, and I know that he is super ready to perform here in this final Super Weekend. It's interesting to see they are running a 3-man here at the start. Not sure exactly what's going on that front, but at the same time, ever since they did end up getting Sixless back IGLing, I know that they really started making a change in their performances. One thing is, though, I don't see them playing with him now, so not sure what the status is on that. But I'm going to definitely be keeping a close eye on Lazarus here as the days go on.
Yeah, we'll get a little status check in a little bit. As everybody just kind of finding some compounds, some warehouses, some nice little spots to bunker down as we are in the early the early game here. Only about 11 minutes into this match. We are looking at squads, just kind of all, looking around, looking for those angles. I have some pot shots here and there, maybe some knocks, and that's important because, you get a knock, well, that's going to take out at least some of their armor when we look at those helmets, those vests, and not only their meds.
Yes, sir, indeed. So you can see these teams just getting really set up, prepared. Ghost Gaming. I mean, this squad, more chicken dinners than anybody in this lobby, more than double of that. I mean, it's insane to see their performance thus far. And what I really want to see from them is just to continue to just try and get that money, baby. First place, $1,000. Honestly, they're already so far ahead. Second would be just, I think, a little disappointing for them. So I think right now, all they're going for is the money. That cheddar, baby. That cheddar, Dave.
You're either first or you're last, and Monica told me that they're looking for at least 3 chicken dinners this super weekend so they can have a total of 9 at the end of it. Murda, back across the water. Spotted. SOFM and Nemesis trying to get within grenade range. This is going to be the hit list. Trying to defend. The unnamed.
Yeah, trying to be able to get a good angle here. You can see Rand trying to get that nade in. Nice little pre-fires. SOFM's got that DP. That's not the best gun for up close, but that AK definitely is. Looking like he's going to be able to throw a smoke right on top of that hill to reduce those sight lines. He's completely stuck from this position.
G3 trying to wrap around, maybe get an alternate angle. And as I say that, it looks like G3 is out of there looking for some placement points as Ran right in the smoke. SOFM, AKM in hand.
Woo! Gonna get one.
Yeah, one.
Great shot there. And the other player, I think, fell down into the water. And that is going to be so tough. His suit, yeah, I think the rocks are a little too slippery for him. Now he's going to go and try to get the revenge for his teammate. This is a little bit of an ego push, especially with the UMP. It's not really the best, but it's going to be able to get it done here. So he is going to be able to get that confirmed, get back with his friend, but they did end up losing one in the process.
Such an interesting fight between JCR and the Unnamed. So JCR pretty much, they just sent to focus on positioning. Meanwhile, their squad mate holding back, making sure that they can make it in alive. Popping on over here, HQ and the Knights.
Russell with that beautiful Tommy gun holding that angle is going to get the first knock. The rest of his team needs to come help him out, though. I mean, they're completely separated here. It's just Russell on his lonesome. He's got to be really careful. I think, look, yeah, you can see him trying to get a little bit of a pre-nade off, trying to buy some time. And, oh, that might be beautiful. It is going to catch him. Russell with the plays coming out hot. That's going to be 2 knocks there for the Knights. That's going to be a full send for them. Has to be. You see Kiwong trying to be able to buy some time himself, throwing some utility down the stairs. And there's Cross coming in hot. Solely getting another knock. I mean, yeah, there we go. This is the Knights we've been waiting to see. But that one nade knocks 2 of them. And now it's an even fight, 2 versus 2.
Russell, Tommy gun, going for the random sprays through the smokes. But Shiwong with the grenade saying hello, knocking at your doorstep. This is a very interesting fight. HQA, the aggressors in this situation. I'm surprised they even opted to push this, as there's a ton of buildings right now in this zone over here in Yasnaya.
They know they're completely stuck, so they're trying to open it up with a nade, and they know this area pretty well. One good bounce nade, it's all it's going to take there from Shiwong if he's able to go ahead and get it, though. That's going to be so tough. That smoke just eliminating all those angles, and they're getting shot from a third party from Ghost. Yeah, that's so brutal. So the Knights are just trying their best to hang on, and they want to keep every single member up alive here towards the end. It's going to be a little bit easier said than done, though. They're going to have to make some plays to get out of this one, even though it's a 4v2.
Talk about the angles from Ghost.
Free fire.
Back to that. Shiwong, AKM, lean peak right there, able to connect onto one of the Knights.
HQA performing this perfectly. What is going on? HQA are just outplaying the Knights 2 versus 4, picking every single one apart. What a beautiful, I mean, that is literally an S-tier style push. The way that they baited each other out, it was almost like watching a game of chess there, Dave. Where has this HQA been all Super Weekend?
Yeah, and Lewis was going for the flushes, too. I mean, Lewis was going for the flushes while Shiwong was making sure that they were safe in order to do that. So, Next zone goes up. That was a huge fight between HQA and the Knights. But the next zone does go on up, and that building, those apartments, no longer in play. So they will have to move just a little bit. Ghost Gaming going to be out there on that west side. Going to have to pay attention to their angles as we're looking over here. Syndicate trying to take some shots on a level X.
Syndicate trying to get it back here. They'd missed out on one super weekend, so they're definitely looking to put some points back up on the board, show that they are one of the top squads in this lobby. Telly, last one up alive from Lazarus. 15 teams remaining trying to survive. Just get pieced up there. Yeah, he knows he's in big trouble.
EFC looks like they're going to be rolling up right behind Ghost, so hopefully they could do some scouting, recognize where Ghost is, and we'll see that in the kill feed. As Syndicate now repositioning, looking for a foothold in the new zone. And yeah, this was that rotate we were just talking about. EFC out there in the distance trying to use that little crest, that little hill to avoid the shots from Bayo.
You see Bayo and Ghost, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. When they get this kind of position inside a zone, you gotta just stand up straight and just shoot at anything that moves. Make people kind of run away from you, saying, hey, don't even come close to our building. You don't want anybody pushing up here on you for free from this position, not at all.
Oh, EFC,
well, that's not that best dip.
Did find a dip, but yeah, I mean, look at the sight lines. All Ghost has to do is use some ammunition and pop those tires if they can spot them, or even opt to just unload a clip and blow up some of these vehicles, and that could get some splash damage onto EFC right here.
Yeah, Bayo at the same time, though, with his experience, understands, like, look, I can't 1v4 peek this, because if I get knocked, they're going to full send it on me. And right there, opting to play passive. Xset's going to have to do the same thing, but it's too late. Juicy trying to throw that smoke out. They're going to have to hold it against Syndicate. Juicy gets caught switching weapons, and it allows one of the members from Syndicate to be able to push up a lot closer to them. So it's really up to him here. The other two remaining members are looking kind of on that off angle. So Juicy has to be really, really careful from this position against Syndicate.
Yeah, they already lost one in the process. Juicy, you have to assume, calling for backup from their squad mates, going to start to toss out a bunch of grenades, something that Juicy is so known for, using this utility to really open up the fight and try to even the playing field. J7, that off angle, though, was spotted.
And that beautiful nade right there ends up kind of messing with Issue's ADS. And you can see him trying to get in trouble. Oh, now Killswitch getting shot from the back. So they're going to have to worry about an entire another team as they're trying to gatekeep Syndicate. Xset are going to have to make some plays. Next zone starting to close as well, so they'll have to get prepared if that zone does shift on over to the west side. It's going to be really difficult for both these squads. There goes Lazarus, 15th place.
And J7, the off angle right here from Xset, now has to deal with G3 because JCR just casually rolling up with their duo right on top of them. So it's going to be a little distraction right there from the end of Xset.
Yeah, you can see J7 just full setting it, running, trying to get another position. Is getting beat up pretty well. Killswitch trying to get some kills. Down range. Next zone. Oh, Dave. Way over to the west side. Worst case scenario for both of these teams. They got to get moving. Yeah, Juicy already on the way.
Trying to reposition. Might go right between Mezexis, possibly. But before they do that, trying to flush out the solo. Nemesis spotted, the snake in the grass taken out.
And you can see him instantly throw that smoke to try and protect his vehicle because he knows he's going to need it to be able to rotate into this next zone. Opting to go and get that extra point. And we saw, Dave, especially just in this last league play, how much just 1 point matters. So definitely critical, definitely good to see. There's We Support Farmers. We Support Farmers, now that there is 13th place, they need to last one more team, and then they'll get at least 1 point in placement. And they're already down 2, so they got to be very, very careful on this rotation.
They do not want to get stuck in that bowl. They were trying to avoid the grenades.
Oh, one left.
From Ghost, they repositioned, but Ghosts are not going to allow We Support Farmers to survive. My question, though, remember, EFC, they're not too far from this, so they're going to hear the shots from Ghost Gaming. Are they going to opt to push this? That's my question.
The problem is that there's so many teammates that there's down, so they know it's We Support Farmers. And, okay, We Support Farmers have at least made it into 12th place, so they're going to get at least 1 placement point. But that's really just about it. Let's see how long they can hold on for. Xset, yeah, not able to make that rotation into that next zone. They're going to get eliminated early. And you can see here comes Ghost, starting to press up. We Support Farmers, done. 1 point, Dave. I only got a few more to go, but I mean, technically, I guess that's better than 0. Better than 0.
That's a solid game. Solid game.
That's a
when you
good
only
game.
need 4 points.
That's a positive one,
That's
right?
a great game. Yeah, but as long as you're positive right there. So it looks like Tensa trying to possibly blow up some vehicles, create some hard cover. EFC right over this hill. We'll have to get back to that because Level X and the Panthers in a little nade battle right here.
These are both of the picks that you've had in the past, Dave. And look at the Panthers opening up a great nade against Ultron. Panthers had a really good one earlier. That was a beautiful Molotov onto them as well. And here comes the shot from Syndicate on the off angle, disrupting this fight. The Panthers are in big trouble now. They're completely out-angled from both positions. Yeah, they're just holding on for dear life. What's up, Poppy?
Syndicate, yeah, they're trying to third party the Panthers, who are in a fight with Level X. Meanwhile, right over the hill, Mezexis are pushing EFC. There's just a ton of fights happening right now down here in the south.
Dude, Boppy, one of the most underrated players in my eyes. This guy can make some huge, huge plays. Can he be able to do it in this position, though? I mean, it's really, really tough. Pure Esports, they're out in 9th place, so I don't think they're going to hit their 10-point quota out here on this one. They're going to have to make up for it later on. There goes the Panthers, 1 left, and it is going to be Legal. Oh, Level X, they're going to start working on a Syndicate now. That might give Legal a little bit of more breathing room. We'll see how long he's going to be able to last.
They'll be tossing out some smokes, providing some soft cover, make sure that you're not going to get third party in this fight, as we just hear shots erupting every which where. But one thing to note, Level X still 4 alive right here. They're doing great.
Level X, Dave, what is in your crystal ball? That's all I want to know, because they are in a great position. Syndicate also doing really well. Level X only have 1 kill. That's something that they're definitely going to try and pick up some more of. I want to see how many they're going to get towards the end of this game. Syndicate, they're on fire, though. They're going to, even though they're rocking as a duo, we just saw earlier, you got to watch out. Duo could take out a full squad at any moment if you make a mistake.
Ooh, issue. That grenade's going to open up this fight, pushing right up in their face. Carnage Double E spotted, taken down right there.
Spotted and taken down, but Beast X says, no, sir. I'm not going to allow you to do this squad wipe onto us, just like we saw HQA do onto the Knights earlier. So they're able to go ahead and survive a little bit longer. Ghost Gaming, Nova, 2 of the top teams in the lobby. They're still up, and look at those beautiful shots from Spec. Barely just using that angle, shooting through the grass, basically. Nova in desperate trouble. Only 1 up remaining, and it is only Rin.
Yeah, it's up to Rin. Looks like Rin was able to toss out some smokes to allow HCL to crawl back, but Ghost Gaming are not going to allow this one, as looks like Tommy Gun Tensa swapping that out for Uzi this game, looking to get the confirms.
Uzi claps, and he's looking to get it on here. This is why Ghost Gaming is so good. They know when to turn on the aggression, but at the same time, that knock made it a little bit scarier for them, but they did get that shutdown. And now they're going to go ahead, hit the deck, get that nice reset. They're so good at turning on the aggression and switching to passive instantly, Dave. Instantly.
That's the name of the game. 8 kills on the side of Ghost Gaming. EFC also popping off this game, trying to third party this fight. That just happened with Level X, and Fears tossing the grenades, tossing the mollies, trying to inflict as much damage as possible right here.
And there's a full squad of EFC, but it's really just him holding down Level X. He's doing a great job. Does get the return fire. Maybe he started feeling himself a little bit too much. The rest of the EFC is going to have to come help out their teammates. They need to focus on taking 1 team on at a time. They can't be so split. And you can just see them dealing with punishment when you do that, Dave. Ghost now starting to lay it down. HH24 coming from the side. Looks like it's going to be a battle between most likely Level X and Ghost here, because EFC, they do not have a good position.
EFC pushing Level X right there was the window of opportunity for Ghost Gaming to reset, pop those heals, and reposition. Now they're looking like the strongest team right now.
Oh man, they're looking great. I mean, they definitely know when to start turning it up. Every other player is in this lobby. It's just laying down, trying to survive, while Ghost is just outmaneuvering, standing up, trying to hit some big plays. You can see Slicky down there trying to be able to make a good old revive, trying to make something happen. He does get a knock on the HH24's Coops. Got to go up against Tensa, though. And the vehicle explosion, that vehicle was still up, is going to take down Coops. Now it's all up to Slicky.
Grenade. Oh!
Too strong.
Fun.
There goes EFC. So level X, top 2 game. Oh my goodness. I mean,
Hey, crystal ball.
I mean, 3 kills, 13 points at least minimum. If they're able to get some more kills in the chicken dinner, that would be huge. Shanu's down, so now it's just BeastX. BeastX, can he do it? 1v3 versus Ghost. It's going to be very, very unlikely because Ghost have 12 kills. Oh, he stood up. His position's gone. They're going to 3v1 him. So yeah, BeastX going to have to pull off a little bit of a miracle here. We have seen some pretty insane things in the past. No, but yeah, Ghost, way too prepared for that. They're not going to allow that to happen as Ghost Gaming. Hey, 7 Worlds Gaming. You ain't the only 7 here in the house now. As Ghost Gaming has 7 chicken dinners, $7,000 in the bank, Dave. Just like that.
Ghost Gaming, or what you coined them last week, Goats Gaming. Goats, all across the board right there. $7,000 acquired in Super Weekends alone. Like, they're feeling good. And the thing that gets me, when we look at a lot of teams, but especially Ghost Gaming, I feel like they're a team that really thrives on momentum. And I know I talk about this all the time, but Ghost Gaming are definitely one of those teams. The last time we saw them get a chicken dinner, I think that same day they got 3 chicken dinners. So can't underestimate a team that is just feeling mighty good.
I mean, they want all the money. They want it all. They showed right off the bat that, look, we're going to pull off a double-digit kill chicken dinner in no time. I mean, after that one, they have to be the first team that breaks 400 points. I mean, that's just how insane they are here. They are creating a gap that is not even imaginably surpassable. I mean, Ghosts are just crushing it in every single Super Weekend.
And will anybody be able to stop them? And honestly, at this point, remember, the goal, top 16, you want to get as many points as possible. But with Ghosts having as many points as they do, I really feel like that opens up an opportunity for them to try out some new things, which kind of gets me worried for any of those squads who are just clawing at the bottom of the leaderboards trying to be top 16.
I mean, I would love to say the same thing at this point, though. I mean, like, what more could they try? I mean, they're just getting chicken dinners every single time. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like such a hard thing to say because, I mean, they are just crushing it. I mean, I think the only thing that they're trying to do right now is just add some more money into their pockets, get some more lunch money, some more dinner money, because right now they're getting more than anybody else. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the moments that we had here in match number 1. We had some good ones. And I'll say, Dave, your pick, Level X, second place? That's a good one. That's a good one. We're going to start things off. Yeah, look at that. Look at these nice little, that was a nice little engagement we saw early on here from the Unnamed Ran, able to make some plays. Oh, and this was just beautiful here, Dave.
Beautiful for HQA, not so much for the Knights. Not exactly sure what happened. They had the numbers advantage for pretty much the majority of this fight. I think just in the chaos of the smokes, right? The door was wide open. I think it comes down to just team communication and calling out where the enemy might be. And maybe just having clean comps. Like, I don't know what it sounded like, obviously, because I'm not listening to them. But definitely it looks like, from my perspective, the comms might have got a little cluttered right there. And they lost track of those 2 members from HQA.
They just got outplayed. They just got outplayed brutally. I mean, that was just beautiful execution back and forth. Good, solid finishes here. EFC had a really good, solid game regardless. Some nice kills that they put up. Level X snaking their way through, just holding this position, trying to be able to take out one team at a time. But they did end up getting sandwiched quite a bit, which ended up dwindling their numbers down a little bit more and more. And then Ghost just pulled up and said, hey, all you guys thought you were winning this one? Nah, this is ours game.
You know what? They are trying something new. They are trying new things. Tommy Gun Tensa, using the Uzi. Using the Uzi this game. That's just
mix it up, right?
Hey, mix it up. Mix it up. Bayo in the front lines as well with the Tommy Gun this time around. Oh, Cloud9 right there. I bet you they picked up that care package as well. Looking at the entirety of just NA, PMPL as a whole, not Cloud9. Ghost Gaming. They have acquired the most care packages out of everybody in the lobby.
That's insane. I mean, they're just, they're playing this match almost like a pub match, like a classic. They are just running around, having their way with the lobby, like it's making it look easy, $7,000 they've already gained, and there's still $14,000 up for grabs here, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll go ahead and see, of course, what our analysts and hosts have to say right after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And HyperTouch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
One map down and plenty of surprises here. No surprise, though, that OnePlus continues to push forward with their fantastic outfits as far as phones are concerned. Both the 9 and the 9 Pro are what you need to find yourself at the top of the class. OnePlus, that's what they do. And the 9 is no exception. Hashtag never settle. OnePlus doesn't. Neither should you. And neither did Level X. Level X doesn't wind up taking home the chicken dinner here, but they wind up really close to the top alongside two of the other teams that we certainly knew were going to do well, Ghost and EFC. Welcome back to the studio. It's F. It's 7, and it's Glitter. As we break down map number 1, like I said, some expectations were met, and it brings me no joy to inform you that Dave was right yet again. Level X stood up as soon as he mentioned them. He can't keep getting away with it.
He's got the magic ball. What can I tell you? Like, when Dave talks, everybody listens. And something that I really enjoy that as we are seeing here the match ranking with Level X, Glitter, is just how they were able to play safe. I mean, you know what? We'll be breaking it down here in a little bit. Ghost Gaming, though, 29 points, almost another 30-point match. Wow. Enigma Fan Club as well, 20 points. This is two teams that we were talking about at the beginning of the show. The Panthers being able to step it up too, getting 11 points. Syndicate, I know that's one team we were looking at during league play. Guess what? They were able to show up here today on the first game, and we're going to go down there. Nova, and then we have Helping Quit Addiction. This is one team that we're looking to see how they were going to start this Super Weekend, Glitter. And I mean, in a way, I feel like it's not a bad start with 6 points.
No, it's definitely not, especially when the majority of the points actually came from kills. We love to see them getting more aggressive and more confident in those engagements, so hopefully that continues throughout the rest of today. Dior Esports rounding out our top 8, and then on our second page here, we've got PassionFruit, Xset, Mezexis, surprisingly TU here in 12th place. The Knights went out early in an engagement with HQA that we were able to see, and then we support Farmers, JCR, and Lazarus rounding out our top 16 there. But there are some squads that I think are surprising for that second page, at least for me, 7, and then there's others that maybe we expected to start a little bit more slowly. Granted, we have the entire Super Weekend, but for me, TU and Lazarus on that second page was a little bit weird.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Kind of odd seeing those, but I'm sure we've got 15, 14 now, more matches in front of us. I think we might see a return to normalcy for sure. Total damage concerning these teams. Ghost Gaming up on top, ain't no thing. 2,500, okay, I'm gonna take back my statement. That is a thing. 2,500 damage amounting to 14 kills, very impressive. But I want to point out Syndicate here. Syndicate winding up with a lot of kills, a lot of damage. Not in number 1, 2, or 3, though. Yeah,
we've seen some of these teams take on early fights, and I think Syndicate is wanting to maybe test that out today being the first day of the Super Weekend. And something that we also wanted to point out is Level X. This is a team that got second place, but look how far down they are on total damage. And it just goes back to show, I mean, this team, if you play passive, especially for this team, and you play towards the end and try to get those kills at the end or those third parties, is when this team tends to excel even more. So far, great start for Level X, and with Syndicate as well. I mean, with the damage output that they did there, I'm excited to see what they're going to do in Miramar.
That's the thought process here. All eyes on Level X. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't want to shy away from the top teams. They're top teams for a reason. So let's look at Ghost Gaming and EFC as they were two of the teams that we highlighted in the pre-show, talking about how successful these teams have been just overall. And here, yeah, Ghost Gaming is essentially the outside of the radar here.
Wow.
Glitter, yeah, Ghost Gaming is the pace car, so to speak.
Yeah, we had to give some love to both of these squads, but Ghost Gaming coming out with an incredibly strong performance, which is insane to me that this performance is making Enigma's strong performance look somehow subpar, because both of these teams actually did very, very well for themselves. I mean, you can see just how many assists. I think that's one of the bigger differences here for Ghost versus Enigma down there at the bottom. Enigma did a very good job keeping their heals relatively low, but I mean, obviously there's a few disparities here and there, but just weirdly perfect that we called them out as two of the top teams to watch. We're in game 1 of the first day of the Super Weekend, and then they end up in a top 3 position. I mean, it does not start any better for those squads or for us with our storylines.
I think the biggest point that you mentioned there was the fact that, like, you know, if Ghost Gaming didn't do what they did, that EFC radar was good, folks. That's a good radar. Like, Ghost Gaming just really stood up here. But so from the unsurprising to the surprising, although maybe I should check myself, because Level X here, they have been giving us two very different performances. Sometimes Ultron and the boys stand up and they put on these incredible shows, and then other times not so much. This one was one of the former. Level X looked pretty strong here. Dave, like I said, absolutely kind of predicted the future. It speaks for itself, Seven.
Yeah, as you just said it honestly speaks for itself. We mentioned it, by the way, on the 30 matches. Those are from previous Super Weekends that they have played. And here you see how they're starting off this Super Weekend. Almost doubled the damage, actually doubled the damage. Obviously more heals because they were getting into more fights, and we saw them there at the end. They were just getting pepper by other people. The kills, that's one thing that I want to focus on. It has gone up. They are being a little bit more aggressive towards the end when they need to be. The average survival time, I mean, 7 minutes more will definitely play a huge difference. Once you get towards the end, those third-party kills will get a little bit easier for you. And I mean, in regards to the points, obviously due to their placement with Level X, I just want to see if they can continue, not that form, obviously, because that at the moment I feel like that might just be unrealistic for me to ask that out of them, but I want to see them get a little bit closer to that form as we go on throughout the Super Weekend. If they're able to actually do this when they qualify to the finals, I think this will definitely be a team to look at, but I just need to see it more.
I feel that, man. You know, a lot of breakdown on the field as far as these teams are concerned, but we do have some things to break down off the field as well. I'm glad I have my experts alongside me. A keen eye. Those of you that have been watching might have noticed there's something different about one of my colleagues today and last time we were on the screen. Hot Jukes has recently shed his beard. He wants to get it back, and so we turn to you guys. Which Jukes is best Jukes? I mean, I have my own feelings about this one, guys.
Okay, I know.
Go, Glitter. Go.
I'm going with Flavortown Jukes all day. I mean, I don't know about you, Seven.
I'm with you. Tweet it at us. Please tag us and let us know which was your favorite. Flavortown. I might have to make that my profile picture right there.
I feel the Flavortown one. You know, the one with the hat is giving me some Jurassic Park vibes.
Okay.
But I think Jukes could ride a dinosaur. I think that could happen. I wouldn't be too surprised. So I'm here for it. Always having fun. Jukes is on the way back. For now, guys, we'll laugh about it backstage, but we'll bring the experts back here for match number 2. For now, we bring in our illustrious commentators, our very own, proud to introduce Hot Jukes the Beardless and Mustache Dave. Jukes,
I'm about to write a Saltosaurus Rex. That's what I'm about to write. I should have known better. I should have known it. I was in rehearsal, and they were like, yo, hey, Jukes, can you take off your headset and look at the camera? And I was kind of like, why would you do this? I haven't done this before. Knew it was coming, baby. Let's go. Dude, dude, you can't go wrong with Flavortown Jukes. I think that is by far the most S tier of all the Jukeses, bro. Flesh collision, dude. Just straight high fives and, getting it down, baby. Let's go.
For those at home that don't know, Jukes is actually, in all seriousness, very adept in the kitchen. This man can cook. Actually, Jukes is a man of many hidden talents. It's kind of wild. He also forges his own blades. Jukes is a very interesting man, and I'm here for every bit of it. So I eagerly await the facial hair return. Dave, you still have your facial hair, and you have some clout for talking about Level X in the front end and having them perform. I mean, what's your reflection there?
I think I'm clocking out for the day. I'm good. Level X, second place. Thank you. Prediction, Dave's daily pick on point. I'm feeling okay. After that.
You got to deal with this clown here, Jukes.
Hey, what can I say, man? You wait till you see Hobby Lobby Jukes, return out the woodworks, because, this guy here is just making, it's almost scripted at this point. This is a live show. We're literally watching this. He predicted it, and what do you know? Boom, every time. He's been what's the accuracy rating? What's the radar on that, F. Dot? What is the radar on Mustache Dave's predictions? It's insane.
It's funny because I'm gonna peel back the curtain a little bit. Dave likes to play this aloof type, I don't know. Dave has all the facts. Dave has all the numbers. Dave does the homework. And so I'm always going to poke Dave a little bit, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's an accident that you come up with these wild and crazy guesses, Dave. There's a method behind your madness for sure.
Dave is literally the personification of a sleeper car, dude. It says there in the back, student driver, but then you look under the hood and you're just like, oh, I'm in trouble, dude. Dave coming in hot, baby. Let's go.
Well, that's what we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. We're headed to Miramar. Beep, beep, beep. Dave, Jukes, you guys have the call. You did a great job on map number 1. Let's roll into map number 2.
Let's go. Match number 2, Dave. I know you're in first gear, baby. Let's go. Let's do this.
I'm trying to pretend like I'm in first gear. Ah, man. Hey,
yeah,
Flavortown Jukes. Flavortown. Don't avoid the subject. Don't avoid the subject. In the chat, I know we got a bunch of people in the chat who have been here since day 1. Let us know what Jukes you think is the best Jukes out of the 4. I'm curious. I am super curious. But getting into the game, Hot Jukes, Miramar. Hey, we're here.
Here we go, man. Match number 2. I need to start I need to put up a Twitter poll or something, just so we can make sure we have all the people. Because I must know. And maybe we have some of you guys watching. Make up your own Jukes ideas. I'd like to see what y'all come up with, man. Because we got some creative viewers. That's for sure. The memes are always very spicy here in the North American scene. So let's go. Let's get back to the subject, Match number 2. Dave, Level X, crushed it. Ghost Gaming, $1,000 in their pocket. Who's winning this one, Dave? Who's winning this one at this point?
I like it when we call them Goats Gaming with a lot of
Goats Gaming, dude.
They're the goats.
It's ridiculous. It's insane. They're crushing it.
Yeah, okay. Just hear this out. Just listen to this for a second and just let it sit there, let it marinate. All right. Ghost Gaming, 199 kill points out of their 31 games. All right. Comparing them to 10th place on down, they have more points in kills alone. One more kill and we need to have a celebration. One more kill for Ghost Gaming, they'll hit the 200 mark.
That's almost stupid. That is insane. How many kills they have? If they already have more points in kill points than the Pittsburgh Knights in 10th place have points in general.
Yeah,
that's how insane it is.
And not only that, if they hit 200 kill points this game, they will have 80 more kills than that second place team. 80 kills, like that's something. That's more than like Pro Era, HQA, Dior have. I mean, obviously they didn't play as many super weekends, but I can only imagine, like, you know that meme where they have that picture frame and you got your hand on the picture frame and you're like, oh, you're looking at it?
Yes.
Dior, they got those 80 kills. Like, they wish that was them right now. Those 80 kills, that's between second and first. Like, that's a lot of points.
I thought you were saying that Dior was the 80 kills. You know?
Oh, no!
They played in a super weekend. So that's not true.
Relax.
But, you know, when you look, yeah, they have 80 more kill points than Nova in second place. But the crazy part is they're 96 points ahead of second place. I mean, that's just how insane of a performance that we've seen from Ghost. I mean, we can't talk about it enough. And that's why, in all honesty, I love the addition of the $1,000 for chicken dinners here. Because they're not going to stop, Dave. They're not going to let up the gas, not even a little bit. Like, I know, like, the thought of, like, hey, should they try to mix things up, practice? I'm like, no, they want money. They want to put some more money in the bank. And they started off the best way they could.
And we see a lot of times in players' bios, like their accomplishments, like first place this, first place that. But I want them to say first place, NA, PMPL, and then like a hyphen by 100 points. Like, just imagine. That's a spicy one, man. Hey, they have been doing great. So we'll have to pay attention to them for sure, as they have 14 more games to go. They are definitely breaking the ceiling. And when it comes to like that global, looking at PUBG Mobile worldwide, you have to assume Ghost Gaming, they're already catching a lot of eyes from their competition overseas. Like, that's just a fact.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing where everyone's starting to look at. Because the East, man, those guys are honestly just have taken it to another level. I mean, I got a few fans in the East, Dave, right? And the day where I was just like, when my eyes were, awoken to see the level of skill they had, I saw a picture of all of them on a Tuesday afternoon practicing. 8 hours a day these guys practice. I see them all sitting next to each other, their phones connected, and I just see a coach just monitoring all 4 screens. You know, that's the level that these guys play at. Just practicing constantly all day long. Every single little movement that they make, getting scrutinized, getting feedback, and just adjusting to get that much better. And here in North America, that's what they're going against, right? And in order to outwork those guys, I mean, you have to put in 10-hour days, 11-hour days, and not just one person, the whole squad has to. So North America definitely has a lot of work to do if they want to pass up some of those teams, in my eyes.
On a Tuesday. On a Tuesday? Tell me this was
brother.
On a Tuesday?
It wasn't on a weekend. It wasn't on a special day. Nah, this is just the daily grind for them. The daily grind. Putting in a ton of hours in the training room. I mean, some of the top guys over there, they're in the training room just practicing their recoil spray 2 hours, 3 hours a day. Just in the training room, spraying over and over and over to make sure that they got that laser beam on. And I'll tell you what, they do, because I've seen some things, I've seen some sprays that I'm just like literally baffled by. The skill, the practice, it's nuts. And we got some amazing gunners here in North America. My thing though is that it takes a full squad. All 4 have to be at that level.
Got some swole thumbs and some jacked up wrists, buff, the full gyro, the full gyro right there.
That's right. So. They got to put some WD-40 in the chair, make sure it's being able to
make sure it's smooth.
Yeah, you got to make sure it's all good, baby, because, man, I'll tell you what, there's just way too much money on the line. So much is at stake. And yeah, we're only talking about, it's crazy to even say that we're only talking about 14 grand in this weekend. But I mean, like, the amount of money that's coming up in these upcoming tournaments is just, it's literally mind-boggling. So these teams, they definitely got to stay on their P's and Q's.
So you brought up an interesting topic, players, and we tend to always look at those players who are flashy, those players with the most kills, those players who go for those 1v4s. But we don't normally talk about the support players, and how important they are as well. I mean, a support player to me is one that's always popping those smokes, making sure to get the revives. They provide that cover fire. They provide intel to their IGL, and maybe even some scouting with that as well. So, like you said, just to add on to your point, like team game, team game. We can't stress that enough. And I love to just continue to watch the skills and the plays coming on from a lot of these teams.
And this is why, for in all seriousness, for everybody listening, this is why if you ever hear me feel like I'm being a little, too critical, that's because it's important for even the teams on the bottom to see improvement. I want to see that because at the end of the day, when every single team, the lobby overall is much tougher, then the teams that have been performing or trying to get better are going to get even better, Dave. That's the thing. So like when I was critical of We Support Farmers the other day, I think that for Ghost to get practice and to want to get better, they shouldn't be able to push up on a squad for free laying down. It should never happen. So when that happens, that's going to give Ghost thinking that, oh, we can do this again. But then guess what? They go against top squads and they get gate kept and shut down every time. So once every single team gets to that high level, all the squads improve and they all start ascending, Dave. They all start ascending.
Talk about getting gate kept. Well, what I think about that is you were talking about We Support Farmers. I see Xset kind of in the area, possibly hunting them down. Xset, this is a team so aggressive. I mean, this is something that I've come to just love of their playstyle. Their aggression and their just no care to push anything and everything and see how it goes. And honestly, I would say 9 out of 10 times it works and they look good while doing it. The only thing is, we're looking at We Support Farmers who are in those crosshairs right now, who are just looking for a couple more points to overthrow Aphelion, who are not playing this Super Weekend.
Big problem though is We Support Farmers, but it's almost like they've been We Support Xset at this point, because how many times have we seen Xset hunt down We Support Farmers in the early game for early points? How many times have we seen it? We've seen it like a ridiculous amount of games. Yeah, a ridiculous amount of games. So it's almost become a strategy for Xset. Like, yeah, let's go hunt down this squad. Let's go get 4 points and then try to make some things happen towards the end, And
I like how you said that. I like how you said that. Let's go get 4 points.
Let's go get 4 points, but you gotta watch out for Ivorian on that off angle. Have We Support Farmers turned it around? That's a good way to do it. That's a good start.
And that's why when you have a lot of kind of cards stacked against you, and we're looking at We Support Farmers, you have to somewhat be unpredictable. You cannot let other teams predict where you might go, the compounds, the roads you like to travel, because then that's when they take full advantage. So Ivorian out there on that off angle playing a crucial role. I'd like to see them group up as Razor in the smokes with the Uzi.
There you go, Razor. Getting a nice knock on to Juicy. Nico and Killswitch very, very close by. We Support Farmers did a great job of being able to survive there. And now they have, I think, a bit of a better position on Xset. Are they going to utilize it, though? Are they going to start pumping up the aggression? Here comes the pain. Looking to deal some of it. All by himself, though. He's going to have to go ahead and wait for the rest of his squad to come behind him. Throws a nade to buy some time. Okay, so basically a full reset from both of these teams. I would have loved to see We Support Farmers to be a little bit quicker because they just allowed Xset to completely reset everything. So now it's like back to square one.
Kind of questionable, especially with considering where the zone is. It does not favor them anymore. And Mezexis, they are rotating in the general area. So if they hear the gunshots, they might opt to third party this one, as we see Grave all the way out there trying to catch an interesting angle. Now J7 on the rooftops, just trying to get some sprays down there.
Now, I got to give credit where credit's due. We Support Farmers I'm definitely seeing an improvement because they are definitely surviving this a lot longer than they've done in the past. So this is things that I really like to see. I want to still see them finish off strong, though, but it's good to start seeing at least a little bit of an adjustment from what we've seen in the past.
Now, this is when the decisions come in. We Support Farmers. Do we try to continue with this fight, or do we pop into our vehicles and try to avoid the fight at all costs and find ourselves in a nice little spot in the zone? Xset, they don't really have much to lose in this situation compared to We Support Farmers.
Yeah, not to mention We Support Farmers just literally got their compound stolen away from Xset. They have no vehicles now, so they're not in a good position. I mean, if this was late game, they would be totally done for. But this is early game, so I'd love to see that they just didn't get eliminated easily, but they're still in a whole bunch of trouble because Xset, they're going to go to every means necessary to gatekeep and make sure that they get these kills because, We Support Farmers are not in really a good spot. Grave, I don't really like his angle. He's way too far back. I don't think he can help out. That's a good nade. That's a good shot, though, from Razor. We support farmers need to push off of this. They need to go.
And they're not as of right now. Oh, Razor, though, getting a little aggressive, trying to get the confirm, possibly onto Juicy, and Nico popping out through the smoke, saying hello with the drop shot and 4.
Disgusting. Nico just shutting down this angle. And then look, we support farmers completely split. So they just lost their duo. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I didn't like Graves' angle. Like, I'm all for pushing 3-1, but Grave from this spot, he's not able to help out his team on that push. I would have rather seen them just all work together rather than try to do this crazy split. And now they're just in big trouble as Nico is going to try to get the flush onto these 2 remaining members. Grave can't hold it down because J7. Like, J7 has a much better lay of the land here.
Xset literally have no pressure right now in this situation. Like, they can go out right now and it's all good and it's all gravy.
That's true. That's another factor too. I mean, Xset have a ton of points, so they don't have to worry about really getting there, but they are worried about getting that chicken dinner. Okay, yeah, now they're gonna go on this crazy off angle. Their vehicle does get into trouble. Xset, Nico gets taken down. Ivorian shot in return.
The zone.
7. So yeah, the zone's starting to hurt. And Xset got a little too cocky, I think. A little too cocky, and now they're gonna get eliminated as J7's gonna have to get in this bus and take off. I mean, a good turnaround for We Support Farmers.
Kind of catching a break when it comes to the zone finally playing a role in this fight, because the meds, look at the meds. I mean, it's all low across the board. So I don't know if We Support Farmers can possibly even make it in alive. I mean, they're so far from this next zone, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, they're all far away. So, I mean, Xset, honestly, yeah, they did, in fact, just throw that fight. I mean, they had a good position. I think they saw a little bit of hesitation from their push. They did a little bit of an over-aggressive extension, and they just got eliminated. But there's another fight going on right now. You can see PassionFruit onto HQA. HQA had a great finish onto the Knights early on. With that one, though, HQA is going to go out in 16th. So that's going to be a 0-point game for them. Not what they were hoping for, that's for sure.
It happens. It happens. And we're going to be popping on over to Syndicate, looking to gatekeep Ghost. Or no, the roles are reversed because Ghosts are somewhere in the zone a little better than they are. A little 2-2 split. So if Syndicate can recognize that this is a 2-2, well, they might be able to use that information to their advantage, as Rad, though, are going to be on their knees bleeding out.
Light work for Ghosts. Just they had a really good position. They're just going to start pushing it little by little. Yeah, you can see Tensa up top trying to get some intel. These hills are always really tough because you never know how many players are behind any little ridge line, and you can get double peeked and taken out really quickly. So Ghost, even though they did get that knock, there's still plenty of position here in this next zone. I think they're really focused on if the zone does hard shift, because if it does hard shift, they want to be one of the first people in a vehicle and they're on the move.
And let's see. I mean, if you are We Support Farmers, your fingers are crossed. It goes out there to the west. Somewhat. I mean, not too bad, but you will have to make your way through Level X and Dior, not to mention possibly even Mezexis and JCR. So We Support Farmers going to be in the blue still after such a long and drawn out engagement between them and Xset. Best of luck. Best of luck, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, We Support Farmers, they got 2 kills. So that's okay. 2 points, right? Good game for We Support Farmers. Great game at this point, because they only need how many more after this to catch them affiliate?
I think 5.
Yeah, it should be a lock. It should be a lock for We Support Farmers. I mean, they made it into this Super Weekend over 19E, so they should be able to get 7 points in what, 15 games, right?
Yeah, they should. But the thing is, okay, We Support Farmers, they only need like 5 or 7 points. The thing is, though, I know HQA, they got taken out very early, but if HQA can continue being aggressive, racking up a bunch of kills and high placement points, they're going to slowly be catching up to We Support Farmers when I look at day number 3. So we'll have to get back to that, because Level X, versus Ghost right now.
Yeah, Level X had a great game last one, so they're putting up some good points, separating themselves even further above, so that way they don't have to worry about We Support Farmers or HQA. So they definitely want to still put up some points for that scenario, just in case. You can see Level X, they did lose Beast early on, so they're rocking a trio right here into this little dip. And they're in a good position. I mean, they're pretty central in the zone. I don't know how many vehicles they have, so if the zone does shift, they're most likely going to be pretty stuck out. But regardless, a great spot to be in for this next circle.
I love this. I mean, Spec using the time to try to pop some tires, inflict some damage onto vehicles of their opponents, eliminate that utility. As we are going to be checking in with the Panthers, wrapping their way on the edge in between both the Unnamed and JCR, getting caught in a little sandwich action.
Oh, yes, they are. You can see he's getting shot from all angles. Boppy, I saw him there with that MK14. Well, I had to call the Bop Barker because that thing does bark. And it barks loud, Dave. You can see Sixless back in the mix. Here he is coming into game number 2. Lazarus didn't have the best game 1 as working at the trio. Now they got the full squad. They got their IGL here. Let's see how they're able to bounce back here in game number 2.
In the mix with the Car 98, I believe their bio says the off-angle specialist as well for Lazarus. So they're going to be over here overlooking the Panthers and the Unnamed, trying to get some nice little knocks down there towards the south.
PassionFruit going out early here. 13 teams remaining. Level X getting an Ultron, getting a nade on the Spec there from Ghost. So that engagement's still going on. That's a good one. You can see Sixless trying to pop some heads with that Car 98. Getting some angles. He's got that beautiful 8X, so he's got the setup, that's for sure. See how he ends up doing it. I'm surprised. I mean, I wonder if Telly's got one of his own, because Telly's really known for that bolt action, especially here in this position. We'll see how that ends up playing out, though. As the Panthers, they're still up, grouped up, trying to survive, going up against the Unnamed.
Ran, gonna be tossing a grenade. Meanwhile, Fanboys is in the smokes. Yeah, that was my fear. Ran, tossing a grenade, gonna be taking down their squad mate. But another one, Ran, and coming in clutch at the end. I mean, you had to do it after taking down your teammate. You gotta make sure you get the squad. Oh, that's spotted. Oh, my fate. Oh, no.
You know, Rad was like, that's right, baby, full squad wide, no problem. Dead. You know, that's Miramar for you. That's Miramar for you. You gotta always be on that move, because if you stand still for even a moment, you're gonna get taken out. So you can see Mezexis. Oh yeah, they're complete. Oh, they're done. I mean, this is tough for them. They have no vehicle left. They're behind the hay bales, nothing but open field. The Knights, they have a nice little compound, but they are not in this next zone as well. So they have to decide, do we go for kills or do we go for zone? What would you do here in this situation, Dave?
If I'm the Knights, they're really good at getting kills, and I know for a fact that they want to work on their placement points this game. So I wouldn't be surprised if they let some of these easy kills kind of slip past them, and they look ahead to try to reposition, as we're going to be looking over here at Nova Esports and JCR.
JCR getting caught out. Now, JCR, a great team, but they're playing split up like they normally do, and you can see Nova punishing that split very, very quickly. Here comes the last member, trying to be able to get some rotations going with that crazy drive. He is going to be able to find a new spot, and it's not in the next zone as well, and that Buggy's already very much in trouble. So I think at this point, you just got to go to heal, man. No way. No, yeah, he's not making it to this next zone.
Every time we look at JCR, they're always with the blue either on top of them or on their backside, applying pressure, which really puts them in these situations where they need to come up with these quick split-second decisions, and that pressure just hasn't been playing off in their favor. I want to see something different, maybe some new drop spots from them, just to avoid always getting gate-kept every single game.
Yeah, it's tough to see. It's tough to see Batman go down as well, but it's a good thing for Nova, as Nova's going to get a nice knock with that nade. That's going to open it up. Nova does have a spot in this next zone as well, so they're sitting very pretty. We'll see where the rest of the teams opt to go ahead and do it. Lazarus still have 2 members up, Sixless and Rollkiss, as they did lose to EFC getting shredded. Just only 1 member left up for EFC.
And you forgot to mention Ghost Gaming out there on that west side, 4 up. I mean, are you even surprised? Yeah, like, are we even surprised at this point? Like, they're up there. They have a nice little position over there. They should be able to acquire some kill points from their current spot. Nova currently pinned down for the most part between these hay bales, but they're doing a good job at making sure to spray down all these stragglers making their way on in.
Yes, sir. You can see Fate there trying to hold it down. 4 kills for the Lazarus team. They did lose 2 players. Next zone is going to go completely away from them in the favor of Ghost Gaming. No surprise there. They should be able to have this one pretty well locked down. We'll see who's going to... I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners, Dave? What's your crystal ball say?
Momentum, baby. Momentum. Momentum, mo money, mo chicken. That's what they're saying as SOFM getting taken down to the Blaze Zone, denying that point. That's almost smart. I would call that strategic. You don't want to be giving away free points to your opponents. But Syndicate, okay, they got 4 up still. Up there to the north, they might be able to put up a solid fight against Ghost.
Yeah, you can see Ghost, though. The Ghosts have all the angles. They have all the angles. Look at Spec. Hitting that lay down so he can reduce that recoil to practically nothing. And that's exactly what he's looking to do. He's just looking to find the right time to shoot. There goes Tensa, blowing up the vehicle, catching HDL. Rage from Mezexis has to send it all down. Carnage, double E. Can he hold it out? Rage has got the Groza. Oh, that's the gun to have. But gonna go run out the smoke a little bit too quickly. Carnage shutting him down. Level X, Dave, 6 kills. Top 6 finish.
Let's go.
Level X, keeping it going. Keeping it going.
19E Carnage gave all their Carnage power to Carnage Double E. That's a fact. And right now, Carnage Double E still in it to win it. Down here to the south.
Survive. That's all that's on his mind. Mezexis. Batman or Carnage? Who's better?
Carnage
It's gonna be Carnage. But guess what? Goodbye. Bounce nade from Bayo. The bank is open. About to get off the ground. And passing it right on over to Carnage Double E. That's going to shut Level X down. But still, another good game from Level X. 13 points is what they put up. Dang.
Solid. That's solid.
That's a good one. That's a good one. It's 4 teams remaining. Ghost Gaming, Syndicate, EFC, Nova. Spring, last one up. He's going to go out to Blue Zone here. Yeah, he knows that he cannot go outside of that hay bale by any means. If he even looks outside of it, he's dead. Those are free points. So... see how many meds he has, how long he's going to last for. Last is going to be Ghost Gaming, man. I mean, look at this. 8 kills to their name. Full squad up. If the zone goes to them, that's another $1,000 in their pocket. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they had the high ground overlooking Syndicate. Like, the only thing Syndicate has going for them is Issue playing that off angle who might be able to catch one of the Ghost members off guard. But that's a big if. That's a big if. And we did see EFC get taken down and out. Now Rin from Nova, the only solo left in the game, as we are looking at. This looks like Ghost Gaming. They're just playing with their food right now.
I mean, I said if Spring even looks outside, he's gone. And that's exactly what happened. Just took a little peek around that hay bale, instantly knocked and thirsted. Now you got Syndicate. Issue isn't the only one in a decent position. The zone is going to center up, so Ghosts have to leave their hill. But the thing is, they have so much sightline, so much control over the whole map. They should be able to just, with their guns alone, put so much pressure down that the teams cannot move and can't gatekeep them.
Issue has no helmet either, so that's going to play a role in the type of peaks that they do. And already looking at this one, Issue might be looking on top of Rin to get an easy point before getting taken out.
This is what I love about, $1,000 for first place. Rest, 0. So I love the fact that with this, you're going to see every single solo player try to make some extra plays, anything they can do to try and steal that money away from another team. Issue has a really, really good angle with him shooting onto Ghost, just gave away his position completely, and he's out of the zone. So I think, yeah, he's really pressured. Only 23 bandages. Yeah, he's going to go out to blue here, for sure.
Everybody wants Rin, though. Everybody's looking on top of Rin. There goes Issue to the blue zone. Now it's up to Brain, also getting chunked out from the blue zone. Rin, second place? Question mark?
He beat Molly
themselves.
Ghost Gaming, baby! $2,000 in today alone. 7WG, guess what? You ain't on brand no more, baby. Because guess what? Ghost have now become the Ocho, dude. The Ocho. 8 chicken dinners so far. That's a lot of dinner, Dave. That is a lot of dinner.
So much chicken. So much chicken. And at the beginning of this game, we were saying if they get one more kill, they would breach the 200 kills here for Super Weekends. Well, I know they got a lot more than 1 kill, so congrats to them for bridging that, making that record. As we look right here, 11 kills that game. 2,800 damage. And you know what? They set themselves up for this mid to late game in always such a strong position. Always with the high ground. They always seem to have some type of advantage, and that's because they set themselves up to even have that hot jukes.
Dave, if the PMPL Super Weekends was a restaurant, literally Ghost came in, they said, hey, can we get one chicken dinner, please? And then, you know what? Let's get one to go as well, you know? So now they can eat there, and they could go home and have another dinner as well for each player. 8 chicken dinners. I mean, these guys are just rolling through the lobby, and they're making it look easy at this point. Now that they've got 2 chicken dinners, the way that they're playing and how solid they look, it really looks like at a whole different caliber among the rest of the lobby. And to be honest, I don't think this is the only chicken dinner we're going to see today. Could we see an entire day of Ghost Gaming chicken dinners? I'm honestly, I'm not even going to put it too far out at this point, because that's how crazy it is. Let's take a look at some of the moments that we had here from match number 2 before we start getting into those predictions, because, I mean, man, another one for the books here, Dave.
Now, that's a bold one. That's a bold one. Rewinding all the way back to the start, just in case you forgot, this fight that was between We Support Farmers and XSET that lasted about 10 minutes into the blue. Well, those squads, neither really coming out on top at the end of the day. Yes, they might have had 1 point, maybe even 2 points, but at the end of the day, Papa Blue just applied too much pressure, and both squads ended up getting gate kept pretty much, as we are going to be looking at Arvorion getting that final blow, that revenge onto XSET.
Yeah, I think XSET definitely got an L on that one. And you could say that they're trying to go ahead and, work on some things for finals. After that play, whatever they got to work on, they got to work on some more. So we'll see how they're going to be able to make some adjustments from there. Ghost, yeah, just controlling the lay of the land so well. This was a beautiful one from the Unnamed. Great full squad wipe. Yeah, that was beautiful.
It was beautiful, but you have to recall, Ran naded Fanboys. So I think right there, if Fanboys is going for the push, don't throw a grenade at your squad mate, because they could have gotten that squad wipe and then had a duo alive to try to survive and push their way into the zone. So I don't know, they're going to be looking back, little communication error, okay? But guess what, Hot Jukes? Guess what?
What's up?
Monica just sent me a DM saying Ghost Gaming, they're getting 2 more chickens today. They want 10 chickens.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. That's what Monica just said. Confirmed, dude. Confirmed. So they want to get this cash money out here tonight.
I mean, they're already getting it. They're already getting it. That prediction, I think, being an underestimation at this point, because the way that they're playing, the way they're looking right now, it's just absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. And as far as we go back to the Unnamed nade, I think that was a set play. Run out, so? be a sacrificial lamb, to wipe out the whole squad. Hey, call as I see it, baby. What can I say?
Respect. Put respect on their name. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2, Miramar. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the analysts as they break down these plays.
Let's go.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And Hyper Touch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
Welcome back to the PMPL. Looking clean, looking a little predictable as Ghost find themselves up towards the top, and just as predictable as OnePlus. You know, every time they come out with something, they're going to give you something reliable, something that's going to bring you to the top. Yeah, it sounds a lot like Ghost, actually. Both the 9 and the 9 Plus will continue to be bringing great compilations and collaborations like they have with Hasselblad. Fantastic technology inside and out. Never settle. OnePlus doesn't, and neither should you. It's F-Dot, it's 7, and it's Glitter one more time. Miramar was Miramar. We saw Ghost just do it. And I think we've spent a lot of time here, 7, talking about, like, you know, are the top teams trying new things? Da, da, da. Ghost is done playing around now. I think that Ghost is just like, what's up? Like, this is who we are, and you got to deal with it.
Yeah, I feel like this is the Ghost in a way that we all been waiting to show up, and this is them. I feel like sending a message for finals, saying, "Hey, for some of you still changing graphics, I mean, still changing stuff, still changing rotations, landing spots, all of that. This is the team that's going to be showing up to finals, as we are seeing the match ranking right here. Ghost Gaming 26 points. Glitter, that is." That is insane right there. Take it away, please.
I'm as baffled by it as you are, because those are two insanely strong performances back-to-back, totally different maps. I mean, huge performances coming out of Ghost Gaming. Rin, we got to give a lot of credit to Rin for being able to secure a second place for Nova Esports, because that was insane. I did not think he was going to be able to do that. But Syndicate, once again, having another strong performance. EFC having another strong performance. Level X literally having an even better performance than they did in our first game. I don't know what is going on with some of these squads, but then Lazarus picking it up this round. Knights doing better for themselves, able to pull down 5 kills, and Mezexis at least getting some placement points on the board there, 7.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going towards the second page, I mean, my boy Dave still getting it right there with Level X. And then the Unnamed here, we've seen the Unnamed finally drop off. We haven't seen him get those top 8 places that we're being kind of used to. And then something to mention, though, we support Farmers being able to get 4 points right there. And then all the way at the bottom, I got to talk about it. Exit with 0 points. Yo, listen, that was one of the craziest, most frustrating, most aggravating fights that I've ever seen in my life. First of all, we support Farmers through, then Exit through, and then, just let's continue on.
Let's just move on, I guess. Not a lot of damage done in that exchange, of course, but as far as the rest of the teams are concerned, yeah, there's a ton of damage. So the total damage for Miramar here goes probably going to be towards the top because they get a bunch of kills. That's going to be Ghost. There's Ghost. One more time. They're almost at 3,000. My matter-of-fact tone of voice is man, I'm used to seeing Ghost here. But 3,000 is insane, Glitter. It is.
They literally did 3 less kills, and they did, I think, over 300 more damage than they did in the last game. So, I mean, they have found a groove, and I am interested to see if it continues into a map like Sandhawk, because that's where things can get a little bit wild. So we'll have to wait and see, but definitely exciting.
Top players probably going to be a lot of Ghost jerseys, I think. And I'm going to retire this sort of like, you know, flippant attitude, because it's great to see greatness up and down. So 2 Ghost Gaming players, but Issue and Carnage also show up. Level X's Carnage here. Level X's Carnage actually winds up with the most number of kills here, 7. A nice look for sure.
Yeah, with this one, I mean, Spec almost 1,000 damage by himself, but okay, I don't want to take away from all the other players. But Carnage, being able to get 626 damage, 5 kills, just to kind of refresh your memory then from the last graphic that we saw. Level X overall had only 854 damage. So it's good to see that a player, at least whether it's this game or maybe future games, is finally starting to rise for Level X, and it's not just Ultron, it's not just Beast. That's actually pretty impressive to see, and now we're seeing the top 10 of all Super Weekend in regards to kills. Spec. No surprise. Look at that. Yeah, F-Dot, please, give me just your thoughts. Give me that wow one more time.
I mean, wow. I mean, like, win, place, or show are all Ghost Gaming players. Like, J7, J7 also deserves a shout out, both J7 and Juicy, because Exet did literally nothing last map and he had some struggles. So, like, J7 and Juicy, despite their recent lack of performance, still crushing it. But I really think the idea that gold, silver, and bronze glitter all go to Ghost, that's the fun part of this graphic.
Not only that, but Bayo is literally only one more kill behind Rand to be on the first half of that top 10, which if Ghost continues performing the way that they have been, and TU continues performing the way they have been, Bayo is going to jump above that in no time.
You want to know what's crazy real quick? Spec by himself almost has as much kills as Level X has had throughout all of Super Weekends. Just one player. Just one.
Well, that said, Level X has been stepping it up. They really have been. They've looked really, really strong, not just in this last one. Obviously, we saw them in the map beforehand. They've made their way here to the Super Weekend, and they're not looking to squander it. I mean, this is round 31 versus round 32. A stark difference, but still able to perform, getting the kills, even without the damage, Glitter. Level X, I think, this is a team that has a lot to prove this weekend, and they're off to a good start, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is their last match versus, or the first match versus the last match that we just watched. And we wanted to see if they were able to improve from game to game. And I know at first glance, it might seem like they aren't improving, but for me, I feel like they personally are. In this second match, not only were they able to keep their damage relatively high and almost at that same point, but they were able to minimize their heals, which means they were doing a better job with their positioning, and their kills are so much higher. And we've talked about how we've seen them be a more passive team, and that does work for them, but there will be a point when it's not going to be enough, right? Especially when we get to finals. So if they can get more comfortable with that aggression, or just be smarter about choosing when to go for those kills, which is a little bit reflected in the higher kill number but the lower damage output, that's going to be huge in the long run for Level X.
And something to keep in mind, and something that I want to touch base, especially with Level X, is if they do qualify to the finals, once we get to the finals, all the points are going to be reset. Everything's going to be at 0. And if they perform the way they are right now, and if they continue to improve the way they are right now, they could be one of those teams to make it to top 5. So something for them to definitely keep an eye out on.
Absolutely. Level X is a team that I think a lot of people have their eyes on. Dave, obviously, looking towards it. But, Ghost, I said before, I was having some fun, but I'm done. I'm going to retire my flippant attitude because we are just witnessing greatness. I mean, Ghost putting on one of the performances that, could go down in PMPL history, man. I mean, look at this. In 2 matches, they've been averaging, folks, this is not a culmination. This is average stats. They are averaging 2,600 damage. For reference, we usually take note when any team approaches the 2,000 mark 7. Ghost Gaming, they're the guys.
Yeah, and you know what's even crazier to add to this is that we are comparing it to last Super Weekend when they set the records of 6 chicken dinners for the whole Super Weekend, where they were averaging about 2 chicken dinners a day. And so far already, they got that. So, Ghost, my proposal to you is definitely beat that record for me. See if you guys can pass those 6 chicken dinners. Maybe make it 7, so it's brand family friendly. Because right now, they're just absolutely destroying it. This is one team, as Jukes was saying it during casting, this is one team that some of the other regions are going to start to pay attention to.
I mean, hey, man, there's a baker's dozen of matches left over this Super Weekend. Can they get 4 more? I'll ask Dave. Right now, I'm going to go to my commentators. Thank you so much, as always, to the analyst desk. Well, that's awesome. I get to ask Dave right about now. He'll be one of our commentators alongside Hot Jukes. Hello, welcome. And Dave, I'm going to abandon everything I just said. I just need to talk to you a little bit more about Level X. I mean, listen. If you dive deep and get 1, I'm sitting here saying lucky, but it's 2 in a row. Level X looks good twice in a row. That's insane.
Yeah, and it's starting to get hot and steamy in here. I'm telling you, man. Right there, we saw Carnage Double E almost get the 2. No, not almost. Did get the 2-piece, and then the grenade from Bale to shut him down. Whoa, 99.9. Fun fact right there. The prediction.
Hey!
So, hey, if you want something, slide into the DMs. I'm on fire today. I'll just say I'm putting it out there.
Oh, man. All right. Mustache Dave on top of the world. Jukes, you are usually a man with great insight into the game. We know that Ghost is on top. What else? Who else are you looking for?
I mean, right now, honestly, when I look at the lobby, I think I'm looking at Xset more than anybody because Xset was on top of the world, like in the first Super Weekend. They were just straight crushing it. And then now they just lost a fight with We Support Farmers. And for the longest time, that was their food. Like, that was their points. And now they lost that fight as we start to see them kind of decline here. I'm not sure what's going on. I want to see them, start to bounce back a little bit, bounce back. I'm trying to whisper to Dave and try to figure out what he thinks about it at this point with that efficiency rating. But we'll have to see. Or maybe, who knows? Maybe some of these teams need to start throwing Dave something at this point to start choosing them because, I mean, these picks have been on fire.
Well, Xset does have a lot to pick up. J7 and Juicy, if they have anything to do with it, will be a part of it. But we're going to jump right now. Small map, Sandhawk. Big action, though. Jukes and Dave, take it away.
Sandhawk, baby. Let's go. One of my favorite maps. Dave, I know that you and I both know we love this map. Let's go. Let's do this. Match number 3, Sandhawk. What more can I say?
That's it. That's it. The players loaded in, ready to go. Locked in, loaded, parachutes clipped on. We're going to start to see some teams already dropping out here. And it's funny. On the break, got 2 fortune cookies, right, Hot Jukes? One of them told me a friend in need is going to be contacting me soon. And you know who came to mind? HQA. They got taken out in 16th position last game. This is a team. They really need to be consistent with their placement points. They need to continue to be aggressive, get those high kill games and high placement games if they want to catch up to We Support Farmers for that 16th position.
I mean, We Support Farmers haven't had the most insane start, right? They've definitely been only putting up a few points. They still have not passed up a Felion yet, and they should do it here in this match as long as all things go to plan. But the more that they taper off, the more the door opens for HQA to come and make up those points. But HQA can't slip up either. So Sandhawk, this is always one of those maps that's pretty much anybody's guess. We'll have to see where it goes. I actually ended up, we always talk about that northwestern island zone, right, Dave? Talked to Sixless yesterday. Got a chance to meet up with him. I asked him what his thoughts were on it, and he literally said exactly what I had kind of been saying before. It's a coin flip, man. That's the strat. The zone goes up there. Lazarus is going to get a whole bunch of points. Zone does it. They're going to have to work hard and try to get them themselves. But that's really the strategy here. And guess what? A lot of these teams, they are going to be landing. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. What am I saying? What happened to boot camp? Why wasn't I looking at boot camp from the get-go? 19E's not here. Boot camp's open. Who took it?
Alex.
Level X, baby. Look at that. Your prediction. Your prediction. And if they take boot camp, I mean, that's why I think last week was such a shell shock for me. And it makes no sense why 19E's not here. Because we played so many Sandhawk matches in that league play. And they dropped boot camp. Dead center. Literally the pachinki of Sandhawk. And somehow didn't put up enough points to get top 16. But we'll see if Level X, I mean, they've been on fire today. If they're able to show, 19E how it's done here.
Well, 19E, they would drop boot camp, and then they would send 2 up that hill every single game to try to take a fight with Xset. And if they get a knock, then the other 2 kind of join the party, show up like, hey, I was here the whole time, putting in work. I was right behind you. I don't think Level X are going to do that. I don't think they're going to send out 2 up that hill. They definitely have a lot of VODs to review. They definitely learned from 19E's experiences while dealing with boot camp. So I would assume they're just going to loot every single room, closet, floor. And honestly, with this circle, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him kind of turtle up just a little bit because there's no reason to move out, in my opinion. I mean, do you disagree?
No, I mean, why not? You can just loot up, make sure you pick up every single piece of gear so you can get ready, and then as the zone shifts, start moving. I don't see a reason why you want to go ahead and prioritize that hill so early on, especially when, especially when top 16's the goal, and with Sandhawk, you landing there, that's almost a guaranteed, for the most part, top 5 finish, as long as you play it right. because that zone, and no matter where the zone goes, you're going to be in a prime position to rotate. So, yeah, not sure exactly what their idea was, if they were trying something new, something different. In my opinion, whatever they were trying, they should have tried it here, man. They should have made sure that they at least get top 16 so they can try some more and put some more work here during the Super Weekend. But since they didn't, they're sitting out.
I always say it's like throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. And if it sticks, you know you did something right. Dior! I was curious why they were tossing out these smokes over here. And okay, Ghost Gaming super far away from them across the hill. Gonna be taking some shots, actually knocking down one of the members from Dior.
Dior, oh Dior. What can we say about Dior? I mean, you talk to them, and they know for a fact, we all know, and they know, they need 10 points a game, right, to be able to have a chance of moving on. So far, 2 are in the books, they've got 4. That's average of 2 points a game, Dave. So they have to make it up every single round here. And, you know, getting knocked that easy, it's just not looking good. It's not looking good for Dior.
Yeah, if I'm Dior right here, every time I peek my head around this boulder, I get shot. I think I'm going to look to reposition. Avoid the early conflict. Just not worth it. And this is Sandhawk. Don't forget, there's always a team around the corner. In Dior's case, it was Mezexis. So Dior, they are going to be pulling off. If I am Dior, I'm just going to full send it to a nice little warehouse, nice little compound. I'm going to tuck my vehicles in between the 2 buildings, make sure those tires are nice and safe, and just cross my fingers that these zones continue to favor me as Jay with the Tommy gun. Oh no, full gyro. Okay, gonna be getting Arboreon, so was successful. Nice.
Well, the farmer's gone. 3 left up. And yeah, for Dior, like, I do definitely think that I wouldn't mind that strategy, Dave. The only issue, though, is they know how many points they need. And let's be real. What are the odds of them getting circle blessed every single game? You know, it's slim to none. Slim to none. So, like, they have to, like, as much as I would like, oh, yeah, just play it passive, go for play. You can't. They have to turn it on the aggression, and they have to get kill points. That's the only way they're going to have a chance of making it top 16. It's going to be off the back of kills, not placement. At least in my eyes.
That's the thing. I always think about this, right? And you are right. But if I am a team looking to get as many points as possible, maximize my points, I don't think I'm going to ramp up the aggression until maybe there's like 5 teams left. And I know that's hard to kind of keep track of with the players and the vague information. But if you can secure yourself at least the guarantee of a 6th place finish or a 5th place finish, that's 6 and 4 points, right? So if you get into a fight and you lose that fight, at least you're guaranteed some placement points compared to taking an early fight like right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point if you're able to go ahead and do that. The problem is, though, in order to get into those top 5 positions, I think here at this level, with everybody in the aggression that they're playing, you're going to have to get into those early engagements more involuntarily rather than voluntarily. So if you're Dior, all I know is that you're going to have to make some big plays. That's really what you're going to have to do because you need a ton of kills. You genuinely do regardless, right? And regardless of whether you're able to make it in top 5 or not, it's going to happen, but you're going to have to pull up almost double-digit kills a game if you want to make it into top 16. That's just like the math of it at this point, I think.
It is good math.
It's up for Dior.
Pretty solid math. And yeah, we can see Nesquik kind of just punch in the air the frustration right now. They know they need 10 points. Yeah, as soon as they heard the math, they're like,
oh, that's a lot of math.
That's a lot of math. We're already behind on the math. I don't know. I do not know. So best of luck. I mean, they could definitely play some type of spoiler here when we look at teams like HQA, We Support Farmers. Like, they could definitely make their lives a challenge here for the Super Weekend. So we'll have to pay attention to that little storyline as we are going to be overlooking Syndicate starting to push up the hill onto Mezexis. And I've seen this before. The Panthers, they love that position. And they're going to have sightlines on this fight. And I wouldn't be surprised if once when this fight erupts, they might push across the top of Corey and try to third party this one.
Oh, yes, they know that. That's what they're doing for the Panthers. They're in the jungle. That's where the Panthers love to reside, just like the animal itself. You could see them just on the prowl, waiting to catch someone slipping. Rafino up on top of the rock, catching one of the members from Mezexis. Trades going on back and forth. Rage able to take out one member. Syndicate in trouble, down to only one member left. It's rad. Having to try and pick up his teammate wide in the open. The Panthers are right on the prowl, right behind him. When are they going to come into the fight? Yeah, they're coming for this right now. Here they go.
Mezexis, 2 kills so far. Still up there on the high ground. Panthers trying to pull up. Going to be sandwiching Syndicate. Poppy kind of separated from their squad mates over here. Looks like Legal going to be grouping up as the Panthers starting to somewhat flex out here with their little 2-2 split.
Yes, sir, indeed. And you can see Mezexis. I think that they need to start really playing this. Honestly, they can afford to play it a little aggressive, only on the grounds that they do have the blue zone to their back. And it's only zone number 2, though, so I think that's why they're being a little bit more hesitant. There goes Syndicate. So Syndicate out early. That's going to be not very many points on their end. Mezexis 2 so far. But now they have to go up against the Panthers, and I can't lie. The Panthers, even coming out of zone, I think their squad you really have to look out for. Poppy is the guy I look at because that guy's insane. He can make some really, really huge plays.
Here comes Poppy trying to make those huge plays. That arm, not going to be able to toss that grenade far enough. Got to watch out, though. Revenge in the cliffs. Might be able to catch Poppy. Might be able to catch Poppy's head. And this was that play I was talking about. Revenge, definitely that low-key player right here that could play spoiler on the push.
Rafino does catch Poppy's off angle. So there's Revenge on the other side. He's going to have the great spot here if he can hit those, and he does. So that's 2 down from the Panthers. This has to be a full send from Mezexis. Yeah, here comes their aggression. Fox goes down, and now it's just 1 remaining member. The Panthers from outside of the zone getting gate kept like crazy. Mezexis executing this perfectly. Find the last member. There goes Legal. RIP the Panthers. Mezexis, they're not messing around here towards the end. They're the top 6.
Talk about a team that completely flipped the 360 compared to week number 1. I mean, Mezexis, it's like night and day. This squad not afraid to take fights when comparing them to their week 1 performance. They were always just kind of turtling up, waiting for those enemies to pretty much flush them out, right? I'm not gonna tread lightly. Like, that was the case, but they learn from those mistakes and they change it up big time. And that aggression right there, they just took out 2 teams, Hot Jukes.
Man, made it look good, too. Made it look good. So this is what I'm talking about. I love to see teams, you know, because like I said early on, you know, we could see teams make mistakes, and it does happen, especially, you know, when you haven't played at such a high level in a little bit of a while. But I love to see them finally start to fire on all cylinders towards the end. Mezexis are starting to do it. EFC is starting to do it. The Panthers have had some really great games. I mean, I love to see that kind of turn up. Well, one thing's for a fact, though, man, Ghosts are just... They're just, I mean, they're just at another level at this point, I think.
They're playing their own little mini game right now amongst themselves to see how many chicken dinners they can steal from everybody else who desperately needs them. And we're popping back on over to Rand. We saw him last game able to clutch it up. Look for that clutch badge as they are slowly getting surrounded from Lazarus.
Yeah, you can see Lazarus trying to be able to catch an eye onto the Unnamed. The Unnamed are very split. A beautiful nade there from Telly to open it up on the Bucky. Another great shot from Fate. That's going to put 2 down. That's a full send moment. But EFC on the other side say, guess what? Don't worry, Lazarus. You don't have to send it on over here because we'll take care of it for you. We'll take care of that last member. So there goes the Unnamed. Lazarus, 3 kills so far. Now that 6less is back in there. They seem to be firing on all cylinders. See if they're going to be able to finish this one strong.
EFC saying, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate it. Come again. And the next zone does shift, so Lazarus is going to be right there on the edge. They're probably thinking about possibly swimming across the channel now. On the flip, and EFC, they might pull up right behind them or opt to go on that bridge all the way up there to the north and play a little more safer than Lazarus' swim, because Lazarus, they're going to swim and they're going to be able to make it to the shorelines before them. So EFC, highly recommend them going up there to the north, and that is exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that's some good advice. That's some good advice. Right now, Knights are going to need some advice on how to be able to handle this one because they do have one down. Bishop is going to be running down the corner, trying to be able to hold some angles down for his own. Nico, I mean, you'd love to see that even though they have so much cover, the tightest of peaks, not trying to give away too much real estate, an opportunity for them to get knocked. You see HQA, their team that needs to put up some massive points, and they're going to have to hold it down against JCR. We've seen them do a 2v4 in the past. AZ is the one to look at, and he gets 2. Can he get the last one? HQA, AZ, putting the team on his back right now.
G3 was not with them, was kind of separated from this fight. So let's see, can G3 pull up and provide the support to SOFM, who is definitely calling for an SOS right here in this situation.
G1 looks like a beautiful nade. Oh, it does piece him up to half HP. He's going to be throwing another one right at the same direction. Is that one going to be the one to hit it? Oh, down to 1 HP, but oh, the health, the HP bouncing right back up because his health kit ends up going off at the same time. But here comes Shiwan with a full send. G3 nading his own teammate. We've seen this strat before. It worked out in the past, but I don't think it's going to work out for G3 here because he's going to try to go get this res on a Nemesis. And HQA, man, they are hungry for these kills, and they need them.
Yeah, this is risky. That one smoke not providing the best cover. Same could be said with that tiny little baby boulder as they're going to be making the push. G3 snake in the grass with the Uzi. Not able to save the day for JCR.
You try to hit that lay down hip fire. I mean, not even hip fire, the lay down fire, you know, and it just did not work out. Got turned on real quick there from HQA. So HQA, some solid kills for them. They do have a position here on the south side, so they're in a good spot. Juicy still holding pretty relatively close to where they like to hold in the beginning of the match, so they're sitting pretty. But it looks to be, you know, a boot camp hill zone here. The zone can go anywhere though. If it goes to
HQA,
Corey, they're gonna be
that's
pissed.
exactly what they need too, right? I mean, they got 16th place last game. 4 kills so far, still with the entirety of the team alive. And now, looking at this, Nova going to be crawling uphill. So HQA looking to take another fight almost as quick as that last one ended. But the zone does pop up there to the north. So both squads are going to need to keep this into consideration.
Boot camp circle. So, I mean, you know, 19 Eats are throwing their fists in the air right now because this is an easy zone right here for level X. They landed right in the middle of boot camp and they have it all to themselves. So could be another great game for level X. Talk about a prediction. I have a bold prediction that they're going to put up some big points here easily.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's exactly what level X are saying right now as they're just chilling in boot camp. They're going to need to tighten up here very shortly because we support farmers are going to be rotating through there. Same could be said with EFC as we are going to be popping on over here up to the north.
EFC gatekeeping, we support farmers. 12 teams remaining. With this point, I believe even if we support farmers go out right now, they're going to pull up 1 point, and that's going to tie with the Felion. So that's pretty good. I mean, they're going to be, as long as they haven't been throwing up zeros all day, which they haven't, but they're looking to get some kills. And oh, Razor does catch one of them slipping. They know exactly where he is. They're going to push this 2v1 easy. Yep, really well executed. They're going to go for the instant thirst. So with that, we support farmers are going to pass up Aphelion Esports. It's official, Dave.
Yep.
Yeah.
See ya. They needed 1 point to tie. Well, they just got 2 points. Thank you to EFC right there.
Enigma's
really
Fan Club.
Oh, what? Enigma's Fan Club, the ones doing the feeding, kicking them out. Talk about a story.
Couldn't save
about a story.
Man, it was your job, EFC, to save Enigma and take out We Support Farmers early. And guess what? They said no, sir. See ya later to them. That's going to be a tough one to swallow. We'll see how how Spring's going to be able to bounce back after it. You know, he has to be extra angry. Let's see if he's going to be able to play that way. Because Sixless, he's got the AWM, baby. Oh, and he just said, there you go. See you later, Slicky. And he's looking for Spring.
That right there, the classic one-tap dirt nap. Sixless will have to pay attention to the kill feed because J7 squaring up right now, 1v1.
Oh, man. Oh, Killswitch has got a big overwatch, so he is going to be able to help out his teammate. But you're right, he's a little too close for comfort. And Dior from the other side getting some kills onto Nova as Nova catches J7. So Nova, I mean, man, Rin is just running for his life, trying to figure this out. Juicy trying to decipher this as well. So many teams here in this area.
Dior looking for those 10 points this game. They're going to be smiling in their compound as it's looking like Exit going to be the team all the way up there on the high ground at the tippy top of the hill. Nova trying to work their way up this hill, the battle. Who will come out on top?
I mean, it's basically going to be a game of King of the Hill here because Level X are going to have to leave from their you know, comfy and warm boot camp that they've been chilling in all game, and they're going to have to start climbing that hill because that's where this circle is going to end out. You can see Rin and Memory. Dude, Memory is probably, if I were to choose any player to be the last one up, it would be him. This dude is so good at getting consistent placement points regardless of his whole team is down.
Already healing. I mean, look at this. Rin is taking the fight. Rin is on fire, but Memory is like, hey, thanks for the meds. I'm going to secure us second place team. You wait, you watch, as we are going to be popping on over to Mezexis and HQA.
HQA, we support farmers, are still up. It's the pain just healing in the back. So regardless, HQA need to put up some major points. They already have 7 kills. Okay, HQA, let's see, you showed up today to play. Can they finish strong, though? Here comes Shiwong against Mezexis. Oh, Ralphino has the angles. Not able to use them to his best advantage. Gives away his position. Shiwong with the beautiful peeks back and forth, trying to get the finish. Not able to do so just yet. Oh, and there he is. Wow, what an outplay onto Ralphino. 8 kills, 8 points for HQA. Great performance regardless. Now they're looking for some more.
Outplayed, outgunned right there.
Oh.
Zexus, they do have a couple kills, but Sixless getting up close and personal with Xset right here.
And Sixless going against Juicy, his old teammate slash roommate. Who's going to win this one out as Nico's doing some great pre-fire. Sixless leading the way, gets the 2-piece, baby. And he's going for the triple. It's just Juicy, his old friend. Can he take him out? Can Juicy hold it down? No, sir. Sixless said, see ya. Taking out Exit, 9 kills for Lazarus. Sixless doing all on his own right there. And now he's got the AWM towards the end. What a play.
Talk about the 3-piece right there, making it look so nice. Level X, they were taken out during that engagement, trying to make their way into the new zone. And of course, Ghost Gaming up there on the hill, on the top, going to be overlooking HQA right now, trying to play Gatekeeper.
Yes, sir, indeed. And now you got, guess what? Ghost. 3 members up and started to lay down the law. Beowulf doing what he does best. So good at throwing that utility. Laser beams and nade down to HQA. Moving on over. Dior, they're still up. They don't need just 10 points anymore. Now they need about like 15. Can they handle against Lazarus? They're making it look good. They do take out Sixless. Only 1 remaining member. I believe it's just Fate. Here comes Bayo from the other end, trying to instantly third party this. And they definitely need to if they want to be able to have a big advantage to win this one. 4 squads still up. It's just Fate. Oh, pinned like crazy. But he's got a nice thick bush right there. That might just buy him a little bit more time. Will Bale get the spot? He's looking for him. Found him.
Not thick enough. Nope. Not thick enough. Dior, the snakes right now, just trying to survive. 6 kills so far. HQA, though, only a duo. 10 points already with kills.
Yo.
Ghost Gaming with 3 up still is starting to alarm me. Will they get back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners? The triple, we'll see.
If you go, I mean, if you're into bowling, it's no longer a chicken, that's a turkey if they get all 3. Can they get it? Can they finish it? Bayo. And they're looking good, to be honest. They have the hill priority. HQA is all laying down. And this is what separates Ghost from the rest of everybody. Towards the end, they know when to play aggressive. They're going to stand up and they're going to make some plays. 8 kills so far. Looking to make it double digits. They're going to most likely do it with Spec, being able to catch them out. There they go. Now HQA, 10 kills, 2nd place. We support farmers. Oh, your hands better be shaking right now because HQA, they came to play.
That was so good. I mean, Spec right there, that was so good. Just crawling up there on top of Dior. And now, 3v1. AZ popping up, trying to go out for that last hurrah. And
he's going to blue.
See you later, denying the point. Second place right there for HQ and Ghost Gaming. Back to back to back chicken dinners. That's $3,000 in about 2 hours, Hot Jukes.
Oh, baby, a triple. Ghost. I mean, what could you say? You know what? In the Hispanic community, we have a saying called smashing papas, right? And I'll tell you what right now, Ghost, they're making all the rest of these teams look like potatoes, and they are in fact smashing them. I mean, they are just running away this one. I mean, Bale, does he bust out the broom at this point? You know?
Yeah.
What kind of broom was it? What kind of broom is it? That's what I want to know. Because I'll tell you what, whichever one it is, it's going to be sweeping up everything real nice here. Real nice.
It's not like they only show up in the late game and like, hey, we're here. How's everybody doing type of deal. They show up to late game with already a couple kills underneath their belt, right? They got already 7, 8 kills already acquired at that point. And to get that chicken dinner is just like the cherry on top right there, the whipped cream swirl ice cream. So Ghost Gaming, I mean, 3 chicken dinners 1 day. Is anything stopping them? Can anything stop them at this point?
I think now they want it. Now they want it. That's what I'm saying. It's like now 3 chicken dinners in a row. You know they want every single one here in this lobby. They're going to be doing everything they can, pulling out their most try-hard plays, try-hard strategies, just so they can say, hey, we won every single game during a super weekend where the prize was $1,000 for first place. And so far, they're, what's the percentage on that? They're 66% of the way there. I mean, it's insane.
$9,000 so far in chickens when we look at Ghost Gaming in the Super Weekend. We'll let the analyst tell everybody about the insane amount of points they have because that right there in itself is a whole story. But let's roll the tapes from this Sandhawk game just in case you forgot all that action. Let's see what's happening here, Hot Jukes.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look at them moments because, man, Ghost have been crushing it. And we can see out the bat, we're going to start off with PassionFruit. He's trying to get some plays down the field. Again, we support farmers early. That's the last thing that they need as HQA. I mean, they just popped off on this one. Good trades back in this early game, just trying to get in the zone. Boot camp circle. I think that's one of the more comfortable ones for a lot of these teams. But still, regardless, man, so tough to push in when you got so many squads waiting for you.
Definitely comfortable for Level X, but I believe they just sat in boot camp for a little too long. And then they got gatekept by a bunch of heavy hitters in the lobby. But this was the play. This play, or that play right there, that was the play that got We Support Farmers in that top 16. So congrats to them.
Yep, and that's gonna basically any tickets that were made for Aphelion, they are completely revoked after that one. So that's gonna be tough for them. At the same time though, We Support Farmers, they shouldn't be comfortable. Because here comes HQA, baby. They may making some plays. You can see this already at this moment. 8 kills, getting 9 right there, and just having their way with it. Lazarus, 6-less, getting it done against Xset all by himself. And you know, he just wanted to do it all on his own and was able to just run away with that one, making it look beautiful.
And not only that, like the 360 turnaround right there from 6-less. I don't even think Juicy saw that one coming. I mean, talk about the fake out behind that bowler. Juicy was looking on that left angle, and 6-less wrapped around that right side right there. Definitely sending them to their grave. And back to your point about HQA. If they can continue to get high placements, if they can continue to get these kill points every single game, yeah, We Support Farmers. Welcome to the top 16 club. But if you continue performing like how you are so far, getting 2 points per game, HQA, they're going to catch up. They're going to catch up big time, Hot Jukes.
Oh, they're going to be coming for him. They're going to be coming for him. So what's going to happen here? I mean, there's only 2 more matches here left today. 2 more days of Super Weekend here in the future. Everybody, I mean, it's like it's almost done with, but it's like we're just getting started. So don't go anywhere. Our host, analysts are going to be back to break this one down. We'll catch you after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The
OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And HyperTouch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
Another one for Ghost. Another one for Ghost. Another one for Ghost. In fact, just record this and play it, and I'll take off the rest of the day because Ghost just keeps on ghosting, man. Another one. And at this point, you just got to tip your hat to him. I've been wearing hats recently. I'm not right now. It is what it is. Tom, 7, Glitter. We're breaking it down one more time. Sandhawk. Always bringing us the action. This time, no surprise here. 7, like I said, Ghost up on top. Helping Quit Addiction and Lazarus, though, pushing up. And I have to mention my guys, Dior Esports.
Yes. You read my mind, sir. Dior Esports is one of those teams. They're playing on the first Super Weekend, on the final Super Weekend. It's good to see them finally starting to perform. They didn't have the best 2 matches there. I think that maybe they were just getting adjusted to the difference in level of gameplay, especially coming out from Ghost right now, smacking everybody. And then we have other teams, Level X. Level X didn't really have to rotate as much there since they did end up taking 19 Esports spot in boot camp, and they were able to at least gather 10 points. Mezexis, Glitter, this team, Mezexis, since when did they start hunting down people? I'm loving this new Mezexis that we're seeing.
Yeah, they got to test out a little bit of that aggression to see how it's going to go before, we make a move into finals. 6 kills for Mezexis for a total of 8 points, so strong showing there. And then X at We Support Farmers running out our top 8. We Support Farmers, if you recall back to that first graphic at the beginning of the day, is at least meeting their bare minimum of needing to average 0.4 points per game to potentially leapfrog above Aphelion Esports in that 16th place position. So we'll see how they do at the end of the day. But then moving on to our second page here, we're going to be looking at some maybe a little bit surprising squads, only because of the way that they've been performing today. EFC is on this second page, and Syndicate is literally all the way down at the bottom with 0 when we've seen them have 2 previous very, very strong performances. Granted, yes, it is Sandhawk, and this is always a little bit crazy, but I believe we also, with those 10 kills for HQA7, we saw a little bit of HQA Knights action again, and Knights is also there on the second page.
Yeah, you know what's crazy as well while we're seeing those stats there from the second page, and this is now the 3rd time I've seen it today, is that the first page is always so top heavy with the points that these teams that are not able to make it within the top 8, they're actually losing on a lot of points. And it's something to keep in mind because remember, some of these teams like Dior are fighting to see if they can even get close to that top 16. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. And look, this is perfect example. I mean, we have HQA actually getting more damage than Ghost Gaming. That's quite impressive because this is the HQA that we needed to see, right? They did absolutely bad on their first Super Weekend, and it's good to see them turning it up here on this Super Weekend. We have Ghost, Ghost just doing Ghost things, okay? We have Lazarus there as well, Glitter. We saw them kind of have some bad performances at the start of the day, but here on Sandhawk, they're able to flip it over.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them trend upwards here because they're a squad we definitely like to keep our eyes on. Solid amount of damage and kills for that squad. And then moving down the list, one more shout out though. Dior breaking the 1K damage mark. Very, very strong performance. 6 kills for them. I mean, this is what they need to do when we also take into consideration the average that they needed to meet on top of whoever is above them and what they're doing. So if Dior stays here, could be a solid performance for them in their final Super Weekend.
Giving a huge shout out to Lazarus real quick. I like perfect numbers. 1500, 00 makes me feel good. Also, they were fun to watch in that last one, so I've got my eye on Lazarus. But 7 brought up a really, really good point about how HQA has been performing this time around, and he wasn't very nice with the way he did. What did you say? They didn't do anything Super Weekend number 1? But you're right, dude. Like,
we can all be honest here. They sucked the first weekend. I mean, just look at the stats. Just look at the stats.
Mm-hmm.
Glitter.
Look at how they picked it up.
Yeah.
I know you want to talk about this one.
Well, because I'm actually really excited about this one. Okay, so obviously they didn't play in our second Super Weekend. They played in the first one, right? So this is going to be their first 15 matches from the very first Super Weekend, which I talked about at the top of the show, where they only earned across 15 matches 37 points, okay? In this last match where we just watched them, they're already at 22. Night and day performance, but you can see that not only was this one game better than any other game they've had in a Super Weekend, generally their averages are insanely higher. I mean, they're more than double in their damage averages. Yes, their heals go up, but that's because they're actually getting in successful engagements, and I'm fine with that. Their kills have gone up. Their points have gone up to almost double-digit point averages, and obviously with that will come a higher average survival time, which is arguably one of the most important things because it's what is allowing them to get more kills. They have more time to get into engagements, and they obviously are going to be nailing down more placement points. I mean, I had said I was unsure as to whether or not HQA could repeat that final game of league play performance-wise here in the Super Weekend, and I am glad that they are shutting me up right now because this is what we were hoping. We want it to be competitive. We want people fighting for that top 16 position, and this is exactly what they're doing.
I often say, people always get onto commentators like, if your predictions are wrong. If our predictions are wrong, that means we have a game, right? So that's what we live for, up and down. Nobody's gonna get this prediction wrong, though. Ghost Gaming stats look good. Let's pull out some of their stuff. Yeah, any metric. Pick a metric. Points, survival time, headshots even. We'll go with kills this time around, sure. 15, 14, 11, 11. I mean, this looks like some teams what they dream of. This is Ghost Gaming clocking in and clocking out.
Tell them this is what some of these players dream of. I mean, 15 kills, 14 kills, 11 kills, 11 kills. To keep that kind of consistency here is honestly quite unheard of. And this team, the more we watch it, the more time goes by, it's going to be more and more excited here for the NA scene because, they're going to bring up the floor for everybody else. So go keep on doing your thing. I don't mind you guys getting chicken dinners. Go on today and get all the chicken dinners. Get 5K in your pocket. I'll love to see it.
This is like I say all the time. I like a good stop. Casters love to go up here and be like, I want overtime and real close stuff. I like seeing the best of the best do the best of the best, sir. And that's what Ghost Gaming are coming out and doing. It doesn't matter if it's Sandhawk. It doesn't matter if it's Miramar. It doesn't matter if it's Erangel. They come out to play, and they're just getting it done.
Yes, tell them.
Can you please help me?
Oh my gosh. let me put this into perspective, right? We have Mezexis. This team overall through their Super Weekends, they have about 110 kills overall, right? For all the matches. Ghost has 100 kills just on Erangel. What is that? And then we go to Sandhawk, and they're still able to put really good numbers. I mean, they're putting up better numbers than some of the teams that have played now in 2 Super Weekends. With Miramar as well. Overall, this team is just performing at an amazing level. And listen, I really hope, Glitter, they get to keep this shape, because we have seen teams before where they get this hot, and then when the points in a way actually are supposed to matter, when things are supposed to be going down, is when they get cold feet, and then you kind of don't stop. You just don't talk about them anymore. So hopefully this doesn't happen to Ghost.
To Ghost's credit too, across all of those maps, their survival time was almost identical and almost all the way maxed out to that's mostly endgame. Okay, we're above the 20-point mark at that point across all of these maps. So they're right now, for me, Ghost is unstoppable.
Yeah, I like it.
The pace car, without a doubt. Number 1 on the overall rankings for good reason. Ghost Gaming, they're going to make it to the finals. They're going to look good. I think this is a squad that every team needs to be looking at for sure. Not just for tips and tricks, but to actually just forget what I'm saying. It's over 100 points, folks.
Oh my God, they're gonna hit 500 points before the weekend is out, 7. Look at that.
I mean, it's not even the points. Just look at the kills. They're almost 100 more kills than second place Nova Esports, given that X does have 150 and some of the other teams do. But still, 221 kills, the placement points as well. Listen, the most impressive about this thing, and I feel like we mentioned it throughout the tournament and we need to mention it again, is how consistent some of these teams are being. And the way Ghost is playing right there is so consistent. Placement points, 248. Kill points, 221. Before, we're used to just seeing one number skyrocket over the other. So it's really impressive for Ghost to be able to do that there. We do have Lazarus now moving up to 6th place. 19 Esports, I'm sorry, Carnage, but you're going to see your name go down, down, and down even more throughout the day. We do have the Panthers right there with 223 points. And you know what? Something to keep in mind. I do want to let viewers keep in mind the hit list. Because if some of these other teams start performing the way they are with HQA and we support farmers, they could catch up to the hit list. And the hit list is going to be biting all of their nails, Glitter.
There's a lot going on here. Right now, at least Enigma Fan Club has at least jumped above the hit list. Level X has moved up and Syndicate has dropped below. And you'll see there, Phelion Esports is no longer in 16th place. We Support Farmers has already managed to leapfrog them. As we can see then here on the final page, they're now in 17th place. HQA has already skyrocketed their position. They're only 30 points behind Phelion Esports. And with how many games we have left in the entire weekend, that is more than doable. And Dior Esports is now at 20 points on the board after our first 3 matches. I mean, they still have 12 over the weekend, so anything's possible at this point.
Yep. That's it. It's official. Aphelion won't be joining us for finals. Rough stuff, folks. But that does our wrap-up of Sandhawk. We're going back to Miramar. Thanks again, as usual. We'll wave goodbye to Seven and Glitter as we bring our commentators back on in. Jukes and Dave were here earlier. Now we shift over to Zute and Envirum. Great to have you guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. Envirum, how you feeling?
Floored. Just surprised, impressed. I wasn't even casting those games, and I'm already tired just watching Ghost put on one of the best individual clinics of PUBG Mobile we have ever seen. It is staggering how good they look today.
Zute, I mean, yeah. Give us the player perspective on this one, because it seems like it's unbeatable.
You know what? I wish I could give you the player perspective, but I have never won so hard in my life the way Ghost Gaming has, so I'll be honest, I can't tell you how they're feeling. And it's insane because once upon a time at the beginning of this tournament, we were making fun of Ghost Gaming because, hey, you're doing great, but you guys can't get any chicken dinners. And now it's just like they can't do anything but get chicken dinners. It's absolutely insane.
The big question is, can Ghost do it 4 times in a row? The answer, we'll find out in about 25 minutes. And Viram and Zute are on the horn for this one. We're going to go all the way to Miramar. Have fun. Good luck. We'll see you there.
Thank you, F. Dot. Oh my goodness, 3 in a row. The three-peat, something that shouldn't happen in a battle royale realistically unless a team is just that far ahead of the competition. And that's sort of what it's feeling like now. It feels like all of the work and the effort, the strategizing, the execution, the planning, the VOD review, everything that Ghost Gaming has been doing for the last 3 weeks is culminating exactly where it needs to, Zute. This final super weekend, what a way to start it off.
It's quite insane. If I had to give a breakdown of how Ghost is pulling this off, honestly, I feel like every day, every week, they are slowly kind of carving out their own territory game by game, and teams might not realize it, but they are adjusting to Ghost's playstyle in the sense of they are just, giving them a little bit more room on each of these different type of circles. Teams might be inherently in their head just like, oh, Ghost Gaming's going to be here on this circle shift. We'll just move like maybe 200 meters elsewhere. It's fine. They can take that one. And just like day by day by day by day, Ghost Gaming is carving their way through this tournament, setting up where they want to play at, which positions are theirs. And then, everything's just culminating on this last super weekend, and they just got 3 in a row. That shouldn't be possible, like you mentioned, because they are beating out 15 other teams every single time. It's not like they're just beating one team consistently 3 times. They're beating out 15 other teams. They're beating out the circle shifts, which is RNG, 3 games in a row, and we're talking 9 different circle shifts. There's so many random factors that they're constantly beating out consistently for 3 games in a row. That is insane how well they're doing.
Look, I want to remind the folks at home, the reason that this competition spans a month, the reason that we have this league play these super weekends, that teams play dozens and dozens and dozens of games, is because there is a random element to a battle royale. And by doing so, we reduce that random element down so that ideally, in your ideal world, the best team should come out on top and be the winner. And for a team to be able to deny all those potential elements that could throw them astray and win 3 games is, in this lobby, these are the best teams in North America. This is staggering, to say the least, Ute. So now, we've talked about Ghost a lot. We then have to start looking elsewhere and start to say, okay, if they're up there at the top, if they're looking dominant, who is A, going to challenge them? And then B, who else is going to make it to this finals weekend? Those are the 2 other questions. I mean, Ghost they're beyond questioning at this point. We got to start asking ourselves some new ones.
Yeah. As far as who can challenge Ghost, I don't think anyone could. I don't think anyone could really challenge Ghost at this point, because Ghost has like no weakness at this point. Usually, sometimes a top team, they have a weakness on a certain map. They have a weakness, maybe in certain engagements. But Ghost Gaming, it is perfectly set. And then to answer your second question, yeah, we do need to look at who's moving on into the finals, because this is what the last Super Weekend determines. We support Farmers. They're in 16th place right now, and they broke it past Aphelion just in that last game. So yeah, Aphelion officially out. Another team that I'm looking at, though, HQA, they're at 66 points, and they are doing pretty well, like the analysts have been talking about. They have kind of changed things around, and they're doing way better, like way better than what they were doing before. So they might break it past We Support Farmers, and bump We Support Farmers out of the finals. So it all depends on the next 2 days and the last 2 matches right here, and we're gonna, see that play out very soon.
I mean, for We Support Farmers being able to pass Aphelion, I mean, they did that work in the top 3 situation. The last game of league play came down to them, Aphelion, and one other team. Who can outlast? Who can make it to the Super Weekend? Who can advance? And We Support Farmers was able to live just a little bit longer, able to get it done. Because of that, they put themselves in a position where they are in this top 16. HQA, of course, can still, I think, pretty easily pass Aphelion, but that's not their target. Their target is a moving one. It is We Support Farmers, who are constantly going to try and be extending the lead between these teams. And a couple of chicken dinners for HQA is, I think, what they need to have happen in order to make, to make this comeback real. And obviously it would put some nice money in their pocket, but it would really help put them that much closer to overtaking their, I would say, rivals in this next 2 days of competition. And I have to talk about the money for a second here, Zute. Can we just appreciate the fact that Ghost Gaming just made $3,000 in under 2 hours? Can we talk about that? Because that's pretty rad. Easy money. Easy money. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway, all right, I'm done. Enough about Ghost.
Yeah. One last thing I want to say about Ghost. Like, they're just... okay, I get it, stream. You've been hearing Ghost for the past 3 games. I just got on here, okay? I want to share my thoughts. I'm sorry. Last thing. Ghost Gaming, they are looking like the super team out of North America. Like, finally North America has a super team. Last year, there was a super team that North America loved and adored, and that was of Loops. Unfortunately, Loops is no longer a team, but I think we got our Loops of North America in the form of Ghost Gaming, and that makes me so excited about HQA, a team that we were just talking about just a couple seconds ago, how they are catching up, how they need to pass up We Support Farmers, and they get a first easy kill point onto Spring, and HQA is in a great position if they wanted to push this fight.
Oh boy, this is really what we're looking for here. Trying to take some of this early game pressure and put it towards your opponents. Spring going down early, not ideal, but HQA, you called it. Zute, they're looking to start to press their advantage. Lewis is moving in. The rest of the team going to give him some cover.
Yeah, I'd like to see a second push. Hopefully they got more vehicles. I see a lot of players running around on the hilltops. Maybe they don't have vehicles. AZ's finally down there to help out Lewis, but Lewis, oh no, Lewis pushed up by himself and not only got knocked, but also thirsted. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 3v3 situation, and it's looking a lot less likely that this might work out for HQA. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Lewis pushed up by himself there. You always want, when you're pushing a team, and the initial push, you always want to have at least one teammate, a buddy system, so to say. But Lewis went in by himself. So now EFC in a 2v3. Spring, I think Spring is supporting from the back, but his sight lines are pretty far, and it is quite difficult for Spring to come into play. I'm not sure what's taking Spring so long. Maybe he has no vehicle. That must be the case, as the Overwatch for HQA is still on the top. The Overwatch finally moving in and moving down to support this fight. He knows no longer he could really support the team. They gotta get close and personal. HQA, both teams getting a knock each, doing a full reset. We're down to a 3v3. Coops is literally on fire.
Oh, that molly was sick. Oh my goodness. Pinning him in a corner, trapping him on in. Coops! One of these players we have our eyes on. We're hyping as one of the next up-and-coming stars. A critical misstep, which could cost and will cost EFC in blood. The price must be paid. Is Spray going for the Hail Mary nade. Will look to find one onto AZ, but can't do it. And despite being a little rough around the edges, HQA is looking to continue to push in and put this nail in the coffin. It all comes down to Spray in a 1v3.
Spring in a 1v3 situation. Those were some really good nades. He threaded it through the window, but HQA already backed up in time. Chiwang, though, he did not back up. He ran up towards Spring with like 1 HP, and he got punished for it. Spring now in a 1v3, but technically 1v2 right now. Spring wants to stay and fight this. He's got to go aggro. He can't let... Oh, is that reinforcements coming up in the background? I think that is. Spray called some friends and like, yo, help me out here. You see us in the kill feed. X at one of the teams that knows where every fight is going on, and they came here. Oh, and just like that.
What? Wait, wait for 1 second. Okay. All right.
That was beautiful.
Spray lives for now.
That was something out of a movie. And now Spray, you know, you gotta eject. You gotta eject fast because exit. This is exit now.
Yeah, and the bus dodging, weaving, making the way through and out of there. Spray was given a gift, and some people, they would fumble it, you know what I mean? Some people, yeah, they're in the end zone, but the ball just won't connect. Nah, Spray gets that game-winning play for his squad, survives just a little bit longer, gets the kill points, and keeps his team in this one. I mean, you could not have better timing for EFC on that third party from XSET.
That was absolutely perfect. Now, I'm not sure if Spray got a 1v2 at that end. We did see XSET, you know, they third-partied one player and helped out Spray. I think Spray ended up doing a 1v2. Now, Ghost Gaming, okay, they're mortal. Bayo's not invincible. They sometimes, you know, die on rotations, and my God, if they somehow reset Bayo and kill that team that knocked Bayo, okay, Ghost Gaming, like, you can't even shoot at them now, because if you shoot at them, you're dead. That would make no sense. But I'm pretty sure Bayo is going to be left for dead here. Yeah, a grenade coming in for that flush. Ghost Gaming, down to 3 players. They already have 3 chicken dinners. Who cares, right? Like, they're fine. They're chilling.
No. Zute, 4 chicken dinners. That way everybody walks away with a crisp, clean, cool $1,000 a piece.
True.
Come on. They still need that another. Right now they got to split it. Who wants to split the prize? And let's be fair, they did win that last game. Down Tensa, their top fragger as well. So losing Bayo, not the best thing by any means, but I absolutely still cannot count out this team, and there is legitimately a good chance that they just go hard revenge onto Level X right here. Though, to be fair, Level X is in a pretty good spot to defend themselves.
Yeah, this is a very strong position. They got walls all around. They have, you know, not only just walls, but to crash into those walls, they have to go up like a steep little small mini hill. And that, for crashing compounds, is an absolute nightmare. And with the circle is closing. And we're only heading into Circle 3, and we've already seen, you know, one team get completely flushed out. Another team losing players here and there. The action does not stop. Syndicate doing one just as well, taking out Ren. I think Ren should be able to get revived there as they do have a lot of steep hill cover, unless if Syndicate decides to take this fight. This fight will be really tricky though, as Nova, with their classic split, they got angles covered all down the mountainside. So it's going to be a hard one for Syndicate if they want to take it.
The big thing here for Nova is trying to get Rin back in this fight. G-Fan presenting a potential target there for Rad, but both of these teams are so split, my goodness. And it looks like they will be able to get Rin back up in the fight, no problem, easy peasy. And now it just comes down to Nova deciding where they want to take this fight, over which ridge, with which angle do they want to pursue these teams, because this is a very spread out fight, something you could only find on Miramar.
Yeah, it's perfect for like teams that have a lot of strategical awareness of positioning. I was actually watching a Nova XQF POV, the Chinese team. I was watching how they play and whatnot, and there was a fight that they lost, and Paraboy, the words that he said when they lost a fight was, they just out-positioned us. And it wasn't even, they did not discuss anything about who should have done what. It's just simply, they out-positioned us. So Nova, the team we're watching here, also taking heavy influence. You could see that now, why they always do their splits. They always want the positional advantage. And that actually secured them that revive, because Syndicate was like, man, this team, they got sightlines everywhere covered on us. We can't really press in on this. We saw Brain try and do that, but it still did not work. So they do get that full reset. We're about to switch gears now. We're going into Circle 4, and it hard shifted to the west. We're about to see a lot of scrappy, fast-paced action now.
Because a lot of these teams still have basically their entire roster up, still alive. There's been not a lot of action. One of the slower Miramar games we've seen for sure. Though that is neither here nor there, as we've seen all sorts. Telly! Okay, well, see you later, Telly. Yeah. Not the baby goat this time around. As it's really going to come down to the teams that are working their way in from the east. The entire western side of the circle, it's vacant. It's for sale. All right, put a realtor sign right out front. Let's get people in the building. But this other side, this eastern side, it's getting a little crowded, and as Ghost is discovering and also clearing out for themselves. HH24 is split though. Tommy gun is out. SMG meta in full effect. Finds 2 kills, but does end up going down himself. And actually may not be able to confirm the second one because the rest of the Ghost. What is this split, Zute?
It must be they're playing a game of who's going to get the 1v4. HH, you're up. Go ahead, try and do it. And he got one. I don't know. It's Ghost Gaming. We can't question them. We just can't question them. They know what they're doing at all times.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, look, everybody wants their highlight reel moment. How else to get a 1v4 if you can't be the one? You know, it's exactly. It's exactly like you're playing like a fighting game back in the day. Is a bunch of guys roll in and they want to take over your spot at the arcade, and you're like, face me, and you're taking them all one at a time, and you're like, have that hero moment. That's what we're seeing, all right? That's what I'm betting on. And Spray will need to have some of that as well, as you see him escaping vehemently in this bus one more time to try and make it into these next circles, just try and survive. But you called it, Tute. Things are about to start to get spicy.
Oh, indeed. And spicy. Spray is getting a little bit spiced up, peppered with bullets, down to like 40 HP. He's bandaging up. I think he took shots from more than just one angle. It wasn't just Dior Flawless taking shots. Maybe it was just him. If it was only this angle, okay, Spray, he's okay. He could chill in the blue a little bit, heal up. And yeah, Spray, I just noticed he had 2 kills, so he did 1v2 clutch up in that last situation. So that third party did help a bit, but he still had to come in huge. Oh, Mezexis. Look at that split out of Mezexis that they had in that previous zone. Mezexis looking like a more and more confident team. Now with this circle, they might get smashed though, so I think they should group up, especially with that center position being so nice. And Ghost Gaming, they picked up a kill there, I think, onto Dior driving by.
Oh yeah. That was less ideal. We could see some fighting out in the blue still in our replay. As the Panthers taking shots in towards PassionFruit. Nice shots there from Pappy, able to catch a player out unawares, and that's going to make a difference because losing these players early, and now PassionFruit is so split because of it, absolutely less ideal. Spray does finally end up going down, though. Good run from him. 3 points, not the worst thing ever.
Yeah, unfortunate he couldn't secure like an extra placement point, right? Going out in 11th. But hey, they should have died way earlier than that. So they still did okay, right? They're not doing as well as we might have predicted. You know, we saw their first super weekend. They were looking so strong. Today, they actually didn't do too bad so far. But this game, a little bit of a dip in performance.
And the reason I kind of gasped when I looked towards this next circle, Zute, is because it is at this confluence, this apex of these two roads, which means that it's right down there in the center of this valley. Depending on where this next circle shifts, we could have one of these quintessential Miramar finishes that end up with some teams up on the high ground, the haves and the have-nots, and I have to say, those are some of my favorite, most dynamic finishes. That's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on here, because there are still 14 teams left in this lobby. 44 players left alive? Oh my goodness. But that's not going to stay the same for long, because look at that kill feed, Zute. It is lighting up. The Knights tried to crash Mezexis in the middle of the map, and they just got flushed.
They got completely cleaned out. And I was paying attention to that mini-map. It was actually Mezexis doing a split. So the Knights all full crashed one side of the road, and they only had one player there defending initially, and then they cleaned out the Knights that easily. And Mezexis, they're still actually split. Illegal taking shot up. Hisu, come on, you gotta. I know being prone makes you less harder to shoot, but you gotta be prone somewhere else, man. TU down to one player, just ran right now. He's gotta try and reset his two fallen players, but it's too late for that. The Panthers coming in and wiping out TU.
And I love the distraction play, probably inadvertent there from Legal, but we saw Pappy able to take the peak right back out, take the chow and win it. PassionFruit going down, and here the team's starting to exit the lobby quite forcefully. Nova able to recover early on. Actually, a lot of teams have been doing 2-2 splits. Xset did it earlier. Mezexis is doing it. Nova's doing it. A lot of these squads, Zute, I think are starting to realize and appreciate the power of the buddy system, which I've been part of the buddy system for a very long time, so I'm all about this.
The buddy system is so effective on maps, especially like Miramar. And I think teams are finally doing the buddy system because they're finally able to play better. If you're not a top tier player and you do a buddy system, it's not enough because your buddy's going down because he might make a mistake and then you're pretty much dead too. But now, a lot of these teams, yeah, coming through, improving day after day. And that circle shift, oh, it's going to be a party. And Mezexis does not want to invite everybody to the party, but everybody's going to invite themselves to Mezexis on this next circle shift. This is going to be interesting to watch.
Given a new definition to the term party crasher, because everybody's going to be crashing that compound. And it comes down to trying to clear out your side of the circle before you make the send, because you do not want to get backfilled. You do not want to get backstabbed. The key is to make sure that when you're pushing in, you only have to deal with the opponents that are right in front of you, and that's what Xset's looking to do right now. Taking it to the squad that's here. It's Level X in their sights, one after another like dominoes, getting absolutely demolished. The 3v2 situation. Gotta feel good for Xset, and now they're pushing to this next circle. Zute just cut a whole lot easier.
Yeah, beautifully done by Xset. They actually had one player watching their flank. I believe it might have been J7 doing a 1v2 on the Panthers. So that was a multi-fronted fight, but Xset, executing that defense so well on both sides. And they identify which team they need to wipe to get a safer passage into the next circle. So they had the three of them focus on that team, and they trusted that one player to hold the flank, and it was done perfectly.
Absolutely. Not really taking much significant damage at all, being able to continue to loot up. They're looking to be in a great spot. The two teams that are in more of a precarious position, Syndicate, we support farmers. They're kind of on the edge of this cliff face here, and both would love to be the kings of the castle, the ones up in the high tower, the ones with the mountain, but no real surprise. We support farmers opting to not take the fight, opting to go for position, go for survival and placement, and not necessarily working out so well for them because they are now very split, Zute.
Yeah, we support farmers. They're down to 2 players now. The Pain trying to wrap somewhere up north. They had 4 players. They could have just crashed and like tried to take the fight, you know, in a less chaotic situation, like just play at close range. But yeah, we support farmers trying to just edge around, not working out. Syndicate taking that edge side for themselves. Lazarus, haven't seen them much in the game, but they're still alive. I think they still have 4 players. They are on the west side of the circle, on the next to the road. Yeah, 4 players right down there next to the road.
So we support farmers not opting to take one fight, had another one thrust upon them, unfortunate for them, as it comes just down to the Pain, who's trying to look around and find a place to send it, but no real good options as the rest of his team is just falling like flies. As we can see all the teams, the players who were able to get into the center of the circle early, including the 2 remaining players of Ghost somehow, able to start to hold this off. The way this compound exists, Ute, there's sort of these different little subsections of it on the different sides of the roads at the different points of the conjunction. And what's the function of it, you might ask? That's being able to hold on to your little piece of ground as Ghost Gaming gets this next circle. My good... Are they going to do it again?
2v4. 2v4 for Ghost Gaming. Can they do it? Lazarus slamming in. That's one player down. Sixes knocked down. Both players of Ghost Gaming up. Oh, Spec trying to readjust his position. Goes down. Tensa and a 1v2. Gets one. 1v1 situation. No, Tensa has a smoke out in hand. That is... Oh, he could have clutched that. I think that was just a fat finger mistake. But that was so close. 2v4 for Ghost Gaming. They did not win that one out.
There were so many moments he could have just killed Telly if he'd had a gun in his hand. They almost survived that 2v4. We are beyond fat finger territory, Zute. That was like he just slammed his face into his phone and whatever happened, whatever may be. And look, we don't even have time to talk about it because the action does not slow down. Exit off the back of their initial setup is now in a prime position to take over this portion of the compound, crashing into Mezexis, the original team who is here. We'll see what they can do with it as Nico's taking some damage to start this one off. Potential third parties coming in as well. Get the bird out of here, Juicy, and focus on the game. My goodness. As we can see Rage going down, that's a third party I was talking about at Syndicate, which is also potentially limiting the angles that Xset can leverage as they want to try and push into this. But now it's a 4v3. They're deciding how they want to take the breach, enter the compound, and Revenge is the first one up on the chopping block. The menu is serving up Mezexis.
Kill switch with the beautiful entry, the back-to-back one knock, and he also gets a second. He doesn't need a teammate to do that trade. Xset taking care of this area. Panthers rolling on in, saying, hey, what's up, Xset? Xset's like, nah, you're not invited. Takes out the Panthers, and now Mezexis down to 2. Syndicate finishing up their fight, or starting their fight now with Nova. I want to take a closer look at that, as it does look like Nova is winning this one out. Yeah, Brain on fire. Last thing you do is could chuck a nade, and Nova went out that fight. Nova with 3 players, they did lose Chiffon, and now we have Xset, Lazarus, Nova, and the 2 members of Mezexis sandwiched between everyone.
It's crazy to think how close it almost was that this wasn't the 4 players of Lazarus and was the 2 players of Ghost Gaming. But they were able to stabilize, and now they are in the best position in this circle. Depending on where it shifts, there's a very, very good chance that these other teams will have to come to them. Nova, though, doing a very good job of making sure that the area immediately surrounding them is vacant, so that they know when they do have to make this push, because they're going to have to, that they're going to be able to do so some sense of safety. As you can see, the shots raining out on all sides now. Everybody trying to get this initial knock, this initial flush, because if they can, Zute, making this a 4v3, huge. In this case, Telly sniping the kills out from underneath Xset. You know they're pissed about that one.
Oh, yeah. Lazarus, they actually get the zone. I'm going to play devil's advocate. If Ghost Gaming was still alive with 2 members here in this situation,
they have a very good
chance. They might have gotten that for chicken. Oh, Red, come on. You got to know this by now. You can shoot underneath the car's feet, tickling their little toes, their little feet.
Bite your legs off.
Yeah, not able to do it through the... You see him taking some more shots, but doesn't matter. Xset has their smoke path down. They're about to push in. Pretty much Nova's going to come in from the other side as well. They're going to try and avoid Xset's sightlines. And Lazarus, they got a multi-fronted defense that they have to focus on now.
The next big factor is timing. Lazarus is about to get pushed by Xset and Nova simultaneously. They need to be able to juggle that. They need to be able to juggle the aggression. The smokes are coming in. Where are you looking? Telly's already taken a metric ton of damage. Here comes the send from Xset. Sixless is there. He's got the big gun in hand, but he's taking damage in return. He drops, and this is the opening that Nova needs as well. Lazarus maybe spreading themselves out a little bit too thin, maybe trying to bite off more than they could chew. They're now getting pinched in all directions. Players are falling left and right. Xset is here. Rolkis drops as well. This is the opportunity, the opening that Nova needs to go in, sweep this right out from underneath them. J7 is down. Multiple members of Xset are still up and alive, but Lazarus is hanging by a knife's edge.
Lazarus just now only down to Telly. A 1v3v4 situation. That is if J7 could get reset. Juicy does get reset here. J7, he might be able to make it through. Yeah, Killswitch already throwing out the nades to reset this cover. And Nova, I don't blame them. They can't really push. They have 3 players and there's still 1 X Factor remaining and they don't know where that is. And that would be Telly. But XSET, they got the whole side of the circle for themselves. They have the number advantage. They have the control of this situation. XF, they play this correctly. Oh, I spoke too soon. Nova's making their play now off that nade. Telly, the X Factor comes in, stops Nova short, takes out one of the Nova players. Nova down to 2. XF defending the Nova push, and now Ren, he's got to back up again. And this is all working out in the favor of XF.
As you say that, though, the Tommy gun does end up ringing true, picking up a couple of kills, and Telly still being a threat in all this. Lazarus could conceivably come in and rip this out from underneath them. The next circle as well is kind of out in the open. All the teams are going to have to rotate here, and Telly might actually have the best position of all of them, as HCL is going to get confirmed by Nico. 4 alive, 3 teams, 2v1v1, and Juicy on the high ground. The big brain player will need to make his shots count as well.
I love that aggression out of Nova. That was so fast, so instant. I mentioned the X Factor. That didn't slow them down, and they picked up those 2 kills. It's a 2v1v1 situation. This is almost anyone's game. XSET, they got the most to move, but they have the duo. The other teams just down to solo. So this is pretty fair and even, and it could go either way.
Gonna come down to who can hit their shots after all this. The rotations, the planning, it all comes down to the execution. The final push as the 2 members of XSET are moving in. Their grenades are going off. Rin in a potential 1v2, and Telly just looking to play spoiler, looking to come in and clean it up when the damage is done. Rin going in, gets dropped. The beautiful double peak. Nova Esports out in 3rd, and now it's a 2v1. Telly priming the grenade, looking to send that one in. It does go off, but now position may have been compromised. They know exactly where this is, and XSET looking to just put the nail in this coffin, trying to find the kill, trying to find the rotation. Telly is here, he's dodging, looking for the shots, and he cannot find them. Instead, XSET finds the chicken dinner.
There we go. XSET, they were first place in this Super League weekend after the first week, and they fell off a little bit. After they saw Ghost Gaming, I think, get 3 chicken dinners, XSET was a little bit jealous. They're like, hey, that used to be us. We were the team that everyone feared. All right, let's turn it up a little bit. Let's close this one out. And XSET, they played that pretty well. It did look a little rough when they lost the 2 players to that Nova push, but that Nova aggression, oh, that Nova aggression was so fast. I can't really blame XSET for not reacting in time to stop that push. But they still got that chicken dinner, and beautifully played for XSET all throughout the match. We saw glimpses of them here and there. They were just doing great defenses, great rotation, and that beginning third party, that was great team map awareness. They pulled up there looking like 100%. This is where these 2 teams are fighting. We're taking advantage of it.
100%. The fight went on too long, and they said, yeah, let's get a piece of this action. Only to picking up a single kill for their time, but it put them on the right path. And the split that they were doing, you talked about it, the rotation, Zute, they were able to fight off all comers multiple stages of this game. They looked solid. But that could have been a very different game there at the end. Telly doing a fantastic job for his team. The last one alive in the insane 4v2 against Ghost, and the last one alive there at the end against the 2 players of XSET. Still being able to secure his team a 2nd place finish. Lazarus got to be smiling after that one. But you know, they would have liked that chicken dinner. That extra $1,000 in the pocket always feels good. And you know that XSET's like, all right, that's good. We got 1. Let's get a 2nd, because Zute, we still got another game in store for the folks at home.
Yeah, we got 1 game left. Who's going to take this last chicken dinner? And this chicken dinner a little bit more important, I feel like, because it's the momentum carrier to the next day. And this next day, we're down to the last 2 days of Super Weekend. So this is it.
Absolutely. And again, even still talking about this Miramar matchup, we're going to see more Miramar over the course of the weekend. So how teams took the rotations today, when this game is done, when this day is done, it's all going to come down to studying the game tape, studying the VODs, because you saw, we talked about it, how good that rotation from XSET was, how they knew where everybody was. That's because they have studied up. Just something you talked about before, how Juicy likes to do it, likes to get the research in. All the teams need to be doing that tonight. The day doesn't stop when the game ends, Zute. That's when the next phase begins.
Yeah, definitely. And let's take a look at the moments. I think we got a lot to cover in that last game. Hopefully we got some nice highlight clips, and here we go. Yeah, starting off here, HQA. They were looking so good until XSET showed up, and then yeah, Spray in that building, he pulled off that 1v2. I feel bad for HQA because they did everything so well, and then it just kind of fell apart so quickly.
Yeah, and it was, again, I think if they hadn't lost HH24 out on that random other position there, Ghost Gaming legitimately could have taken a 4th chicken dinner in a row. I think with the way they're able to rotate in the rest of how those circles work out, if HH24 doesn't die getting caught out on his own, I think this is a completely different game, because there were so many scrappy fights that, barring the 2 teams that came in with 4 players, everybody else was in shambles by the time we got to that 5th, 6th circle. So a 3-man stack from Ghost, I think could have contended with any team that really was running in there. We almost saw them do it with 2. And this was an interesting moment as well. The We Support Farmers push, or lack of push, made me a little sad, Zute.
Yeah, we've said it so many times on stream. Like, we support farmers. Like, towards the late game, you have to fight for an area. There is no, let me go see what's open. Don't spread out to try and find something that's open. Everything is going to be taken. Like, look at XSET. They know this. They came in just fighting with 4 players. So if you have 4 players, we support farmers. If you want to secure your way into the finals, HQA, you know, they want to take your spot. You gotta not mess up on the late game when you have 4 players alive. Just take a fight. Pick up 1 kill point and then get wiped out. Even that's better than just spreading out and dying 1 by 1. So that's what I gotta say. I really hope they start changing it up, because this is the last Super Weekend for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's last Super Weekend for everybody. And for those squads that are down there on the bubble, on the cusp, on the edge, well, they've got to put up a massive performance. A performance like we're seeing on the screen right now. Also, can we just appreciate how well XSET took every single one of those corners at the end? The idea that they were never, ever gonna let Telly take that as a 1v1. Every single time somebody pushed in, the person was either covering a slight angle where they could see through a window, or was right there by their side to peek out behind the corner at the end, listening for the footsteps. Ooh, money play from XSET, and the day is not even done. We're gonna head to a short break. When we come back, the analysts are gonna break down game number 4, and Zute and I will be here to round out the day. Erangel, game number 5 in a few.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And HyperTouch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. I'm your host, F. These are my two expert analysts, and you don't need our help to tell you that OnePlus is leading the charge with respect to how strong their phones and devices are. Both the 9 and the 9 Pro feature a brand new operating system, fantastic response rate, a nice refresh rate, pretty much everything you need to take home your own chicken dinner. Hashtag never settle. That's what OnePlus says, and I'm not going to argue with them. As we take a look at this one, guys, Ghost unable to get their 4th chicken dinner in a row. I don't think they're overly concerned about that, in all honesty. They still are able to collect their points and then some. But on top, a different look this time around as we see Xset come from the depths and go all the way to the top.
Come from the depths of throwing in the first Miramar and being able to come out with the win. You love to see it. 27 points, actually. What's up with every team today has just been giving us, everything that wins Glitter has been giving us some great performances. Good to see that out of Exit here. But another team, Lazarus, there with 20 points. And I know you're going to be happy about this one here, Glitter. Nova Esports finally getting into that top 3 situation with 19 points.
Yes, we love to see all the kills coming out of Nova Esports, managing to now 1 more kill than Lazarus, so we'd love to see the aggression coming out of that squad. Then we've got Mezexis Syndicate is back up in a solid spot here in our top 8, once again nailing down some more points. Panthers doing a decent job as well, and here's where Ghost ends up falling, but honestly, we heard Paul say it as well, there was a very real possibility that they could have won had they not gotten caught out, and then we support Farmers in the top 8 there with another 3 points to add to their overall total. So I'm okay with it being, shaken up a little bit here, 7.
Yeah, and then when we go to the second page here, it's Helping Quit Addiction, 3 points, Level X, 2 points. These are teams that, what happened, Level X? Is it because Dave is not casting anymore? Is that why? And then we have Dior Esports right there with 1 point, and all the way down, we have the Unnamed. Stop being as persistent as we thought they could be, stop being as consistent. And also Knights there with 0 points. Oh, man. Hurts.
A little bit rough for some of the teams. Like I said, though, I'm excited to see Xset make the turnaround. I want to see how much damage they were able to do, because at the end of the day, you don't wind up on top for nothing here. 2020, that was last year, homies, but you still look good here. Lazarus also eclipsing that 2,000 damage mark.
And I'd love to see this coming out of Lazarus too, though, because I feel like we were waiting for this. I mean, we have seen them have games like this before, and then they just haven't been able to maintain those performances. This is fantastic for them. I mean, they did. Okay, give me your opinion here on this, 7. I feel like in those final zones, they should have had a little bit of an upper hand. I mean, Xset pushed in so aggressively, and Nova kind of took advantage of that push, but I mean, outside of that, still very, very strong performance for them.
Yeah, you know what kind of ended up hurting them in the long run, even though at the time you might have seemed like a good play? When Telly naded those 2 players that were right next to Exit, I feel like that was a big hurt for them as they moved on, because then they allowed Exit to just kind of recover, and then they also allowed Nova to stop worrying about those players as well and maybe getting third party, and they just ended up pushing together towards Lazarus. So overall, it happens, right? There's no way that they would have known that, but good performance there from Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus is a team that I've been looking at from the get-go. Lazarus and Aphelion were my 2 picks from week 1. Lazarus is here. And so looking at their performance this weekend, and they've been here for the past, couple of weeks as well, I look to this, and I look to a big marketed jump up. Obviously, it's only 1 day here in Super Weekend number 3.
Dang.
The left column is Super Weekend number 2, but a very, very big jump, Glitter.
Okay, this is a massive jump, and they've managed to increase all of the categories that matter while also lowering their heals. Now, they did have a different roster last Super Weekend, so that could potentially be what is playing into this, but you can see, I mean, their damage is up, their kills are up, their points are up, their survival time, literally, they are either playing better or it is that change in roster that is making a difference for the squad right now, because this is only 4 matches for them right now, and they have managed to pick it up immensely, 7.
Yeah, I think a big thing, as you mentioned it right there, it has to come with the roster that they have now, right? I guess, in a way, this is their main roster. Just to remind you, last week, they didn't have Sixless playing. They actually had Navy, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe they also had another player play maybe for like one round. So now, having Sixless back, having that main fragger, having that superstar in a way that he is, it goes to show the performance they're able to put up. And I wouldn't be surprised if when we see the stats overall for the players, if we can maybe see some even how a bigger impact of what Sixless is able to do for that team.
I mean, that's I started talking about that last week, like, because it's not just the fact that Sixless is a star player, although he absolutely is. It's also the fact that Lazarus play around Sixless in that sense. Sixless is often by himself and the team kind of follows up as opposed to the other way around like most teams play. And so without him, sure, you're losing your star power, but you're also, Seven, kind of losing your approach to the game overall. And so with him back in the fold, it looks like business as usual for the pink and white.
Yeah, and I mean, we're able to see it from the stats right here. And what's impressive, I mean, look at Sixless matches, 18 matches played, and the boy's still putting up 6,500 damage, 24 kills. That's super impressive considering that Telly and Rolkis, hey, shout out to you guys as well. You guys are putting up some great stats. And then as we go down the list, we have Fate, which at the beginning of the tournament, he is the IGL of this team with 29 points, and 29 kills and almost 6,000 damage. Overall, something I wanted to go back to what you just said in regards to Sixless being that, always being on his own. I feel like that has changed for this team, and it has changed in a very positive way, especially after Sixless took that small break. You have seen them play together more. You have seen in a way that Sixless is more telling the team more, hey, where to go and all that stuff. So they're working together, and I think overall for that team is working out perfect.
A nice maturation of the squad for sure. Well, our final map looming on the horizon. Thank you so much again for your assistance here, Seven and Glitter. We're going to go ahead and shift gears one more time to say hello to our commentators as we jump into Erangel for the second time this afternoon. Again, we're joined here by Zute and Invirum. What is this big smile about, Zute? What's on your mind, man?
Oh, that's just how I intro into the camera. I gotta show off, my smile. But I do have something to say. It's something to mention more. We were talking about Lazarus just now, right? I hanged out with Sixless yesterday, and it's more than just him playing again. Sixless told me yesterday that when he came back for this week, he is now the IGL of the team. It is no longer Fate. So last weekend, we had Fate IGLing, and Sixless was not there to co-IGL, which is usually the case. So first week, Lazarus did all right with Fate IGLing, and Sixless probably, gave a lot of input, co-IGL. Now this third week, Sixless told me he is the lead IGL now, and it looks like, it's working out a little bit better. Still, they have 2 more days to play, so let's see how Lazarus does with Sixless full IGLing for this last Super Weekend.
Do you think so? Seven had noticed that the lone wolf style play that Lazarus used to, it's reeled in a little bit. Do you think that has to do with the fact that Sixless is now IGLing, and so he's a little? Yeah, you think so, Advirum?
Yes, 100%.
I agree with Zute. I'll chime in here because 100% playing with the team, being more cognizant of what they're doing, the micro interactions of the squad. It's something you need to be a bit closer in order to perceive. So I think that's an impact here, and I think it's had a positive impact, at least in the games we've seen so far today.
Been fun to watch so far. A bunch of different teams clamoring for the top. The conclusion of our first day of our last Super Weekend starts now.
Thanks so much, Tom. And oh my goodness, this day has just flown by. Maybe it has to do partially with Ghost Gaming getting back-to-back chicken dinners and almost doing something stupid in that last one too. But we're gonna get past it because some of the other squads that we were looking to do well stepped up and did well. And we'll see if they can continue the performance as we get into game number 5 here on Friday, the last Super Weekend here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America. Zute, take it away.
Yeah, so that Ghost Gaming play, just to touch on it just a little bit, because I got a little update from one of the players, Tensa himself. He DM'd me. He let me know what happened. So here's what happened. He wanted to throw
his face to his phone?
No, he wanted to throw a smoke in Telly's face and do the good old John Cena, you can't see me and then whip out his gun and shoot him, right? That's what. No, I'm joking. So what happened was Tenz was actually really mad because he told me he couldn't switch to his second gun because in his HUD layout, the loot box button was on the screen and it was covering his gun button, and yeah, so it was all Tenz's fault. Like, I mean, when
that seems like a mistake. That like there's a chance you're gonna have to fight on top of a loot box in the game of PUBG Mobile. Maybe don't have your buttons overlap like that, Tensa.
Yeah.
You're this absolutely stellar player who the one time you make a mistake, we're gonna give you flack for it because we can. That's how it works. You can be great 10 times, but on the 11th time, if you're not so great, it's one we're gonna make fun of you. All right, that's how casting works, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to the game.
I mean,
they've already won $3,000 today. We can make fun of them a little bit. It's fine.
Definitely. And he DM'd me telling me that. So he wanted me to, like, let people know. No, not defend him. He was, like, owning up to his mistake, just outright. Like, yo, Zute, I'm so mad. I messed up so bad. And I also asked him, just to clarify, as a caster, gotta stay professional. I was like, do you want me to say that on stream, or do you want me to say something like, you ran out of ammo in both guns and you had to switch to your grenade real quickly and you're going for that highlight clip? And he was like, nah, I messed up, bro. So, anyways, someone else messing up. Russell dropping down here by himself. The Knights doing a split drop on the south side where the Panthers usually split. The Knights, well, okay, we did have a very strange plane path. I didn't even get a touch on that. It was hard on the west side, and it cut down towards military base. So, dead opposite of Yasnaya, and that's where the Lights usually go to loot. So they adjusted by dropping down here, but they should have known this is the Panthers split drop, and maybe they didn't do their research.
We have entire games with no teams on military, Zute. We have 5 teams on military base right now. The action isn't slowing down because the Knights are being hunted. Pappy heard Bishop. Uh-oh, Bishop! They're coming for you, buddy! The pre-fire on the corner means nothing! As Bishop does end up going down, but that could have been so much worse.
Oh, that shotgun. I haven't seen a shotgun kill in quite a while, but that one, ooh, just clean, clinical. And yeah, we got a military zone. That's why we got so many teams here. Well, actually, only one team drove over, which was Nova. I think everyone else actually just happened to loot here and land on military base due to the plane path. Nova, I think they lost one player to JCR. They got a little bit bridge camped in JCR, looking like that wasn't even their plan. They're leaving that bridge area because they were just looting. And Nova rotated so fast that they kind of caught JCR in their loot phase still, but JCR picked up a kill. The Knights only down to 2 players now, but the good thing for them is, hey, at least they're already on Military Island. If it's going to be a Military Island finish, it's looking like a 50-50, actually.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams. Like Nova hard committed over the bridge for this, and it's not guaranteed. I would say it's probably the 55 mark. And maybe now we're wishing they made a different call as they're about to lose their second player over the crossing. I don't think they quite expected military to be quite this congested as HCL, no helmet, barely got a weapon in hand, has a vehicle, but may not be long for this world. Trying to get out of there. Great use of the terrain.
Oh my God.
What a shot.
AK headshot out of the buggy. We have never seen the Panthers be so aggressive. This is the first time they have had their home territory invaded, and they look like a completely different team. Also, they probably think Nova is the Knights, to be honest. They probably think it's the last 2 Knights player, which is why they're going so aggressive. So unfortunately for Nova, they kind of got the short end of the stick there, and they lose another 2 players. Now it's Nova, a solo, and the Knights, a duo on military base. And we're only a couple minutes in. And the Panthers have 4 kills now.
Okay. I mean, this is not normally how these games go. I think a combination of a different plane path and a different circle and making teams make some different decisions. And the Panthers are the one who are capitalizing on it for sure. And maybe that's the secret to success for this team. Maybe they just got to take early scrappy fights. Don't let other players get set up. Just rely on your gun skill and your sheer tenacity. I'm against it. See if they can continue to do the work here. Is we're really the question on everybody's mind, on the tip of everyone's tongue, is where is this circle going? Because there are very few early circles that I would say have absolutely massive ramifications on the rest of the game. what side of the river is it going to be on? But this is it going to be on Military Island or not? That is probably the single biggest circle question that Erangel presents.
Yeah, right now it is looking that 50-50. There is a chance on the next circle shift it goes into another 50-50. That would be quite rare to see, but it might just happen. I'm taking a look at the minimap. Ghost Gaming, so they recognize, hey, there's a lot of fighting on military base. They see these teams like the Panthers. They start off in military base. They could put the 2 and 2 together. So they're not crossing the bridge yet, and even if they wanted to, this is the perfect way to do this. You come up on this hilltop, you get an overwatch, you slam into this building, one person covering. Usually the team defending this, which is in JCR in this case, is usually split. Teams love splitting and taking control of both sides. That's an inherent weakness to bridge camping and Ghost Gaming. If any team could make a play right now and take this over in clean, clinical fashion, why would you peek that? Why? Oh my, he is throwing. That was absolute throw. Absolute throw.
Ghost Gaming was double checking that way. 2 players watching that window. The team shooting. Like, this game has, again, a mildly quick TTK, but not, there's still a second to react. He had no chance to react. The peak there, not necessarily the play. Bayo is going to go down to a nade again. Tense is almost going to get dropped as well. Murda needs to try and heal up. Bayo is going to be able to get recovered, which is huge. Bayo, I feel like he either lives by the nade or dies by it. There's like no middle ground here.
Well, I mean, this time he gets knocked and he will get revived. TU also in close proximity, monitoring the situation, and JCR, they're only down to 2. I still can't believe he would peek that from as a competitive player. That fight right there, that situation right there has happened in comp so many times that you should never peek that hilltop. Because what are you going to do if you get a knock on that hilltop? What, tell your team to leave their positions and push and get the kill? No. The only thing that might happen is you get a knock, they get a revive, or you get knocked and your whole team's defense fall apart. So that was such poor decision making. And I mean, obviously Ghost Gaming, they don't miss their shots either. So credit to Ghost just absolutely lasering that guy instantly.
And it's exacerbated by the fact that they only dropped with 3 players. So you've got even less ground to play with. It's just so unfortunate there, because like I understand the thought process. You're trying to gather intel. You're trying, you're thinking about it. You're not thinking that you're going to get lasered that fast, but it's literally the best team in the server. Unabashedly, undeniably, undoubtedly, unquestionably. At this point in the game, the best team in the server, and they're showing why. They had no hesitation, Zute. They got that down, and they were like, his body hadn't hit the concrete, and they were in the vehicle with pedal to the metal. That's what this team is about. And we'll see if this position they've gathered for themselves is going to pay off as we get towards the ever-pressing question. Where's that circle going to go?
Yep, I have my breath held. 50-50, another 50-50. Ooh, okay, not a 50-50.
70-30?
No, I think it's more like 80-20.
It's more like 80. All right.
Yeah, more like 80-20. So we are, okay, well, 80-20. We are going to get a military circle. Xset definitely thinks they are going to get a military circle as they are now crossing that bridge. Ghost Gaming, I see them in their car. I see that car logo up. They're going to make a crossover too. Mezexis with the interesting bridge camp that has kind of just let Xset... What? Xset drove over in 2 buggies. And there's 2 players on top of buggies, and Mezexis didn't take shots doing that. I'm quite confused by that, but Xset...
It's not really a camp. They had like 1 player scouting on the bridge, and everybody else was at the crossroads. So far back. That is
It's a camp on the crossroads. I recognize this defense. This defense, like, sometimes players don't want to be on the bridge because if a team crashes on the bridge, they get isolated, right? And they can't leave. So they set up a bridge camp where it's like no one's on the bridge, so they can all secure a way out and they could still shoot the exit way of the bridge, right? But Exit, they got a free pass. They had a chicken dinner last game. They got a little bit blessed there, I would have to say, making that cross and no one dying. Let's see what they could do. The Panthers still defending their home territory, and Ghost Gaming has made it across the bridge. So Ghost Gaming has entered the military island.
And they are in a prime position to pick up a ton of kills because a lot of teams had the exact same thought of where they want to post up. They still want to play Gatekeeper. Taking the high ground is Ghost, and maybe deciding they want to continue to push this even further. They'll let the teams get across. They'll play for maybe a bit of the longer con as they are rotating a little bit further in. I think identifying with some scouting exactly how many teams are surrounding them, and the chance to just give up a silly death just in the sheer chaos and potential third parties, that's not what they want to do. They want to win the game, because like I said, Zute, they are one chicken dinner away from each walking away from this first day of the Super Weekend with $1,000 apiece.
And it's only the first day. Maybe they could, maybe if not this today, they might be able to do it tomorrow or the day after. There's so much money for them to make, and we see they could do that quite easily. So I feel like this is almost like the last day because we're like, can they do it? Can they do it? It's like, no, they still got 2 more days to do it. They still got 2 more days to pick up a ton of chicken dinners. And TU going aggressive here. They want to secure this bridge side. I love that. 2-2 push. Rand pushing in by himself. In the beginning, we see another player on the minimap pushing over with the vehicle. So great cover, a 2-2 split. Classic 2-2 Nemesis. He's forced to fall back a little bit, and his teammate not in a position to support him.
It's going in, but Murder is so far away. Nemesis just opting, going for the water. Oh, no! Oh, he went for the superhero landing and discovered that maybe he's not a superhero after all.
Is JCR just falling apart here? Another team falling apart. It's it looks looking like EFC's getting camped out in the water by Level X, and there's also a player of We Support Farmers very close by. And we get that circle shift. It is a 90-10 military base ending. I'm surprised we still got a little small chunk of the main island in, but that is the case. And EFC, they kind of get the circle. They probably don't wish they have the circle, so because that just means this team Level X is just going to camp them for another zone.
They're the one team that's in zone right now that wishes they weren't. Because
Exactly.
You're right. Level X has no incentive to leave. They can stay here all day long, keep the pressure up, and that's exactly what we're seeing as We Support Farmers get eliminated now. Level X and EFC, we saw them going toe-to-toe in the kill feed, and speaking of kill feed, it's about to light up potentially juicy. Once again, these scouts, this man, best U-turn, Erangel, 2021.
Best U-turn. He is, and also the best vehicle to do scouting. The buggy, undeniably best vehicle in the game to do scouting. It's better. It's got that U-turn speed like no other. And Dior and Ghost Gaming in the kill feed. We saw Bale get a knock, and then Bale got knocked. Not sure how the fight is playing out. They are fighting in the dead center of this new zone, so there's a chance that they might get third party. And PassionFruit taking out members of HQA. Now, We Support Farmers. They're out of the game already. This is a great chance for HQA to catch up some more. But HQA losing a member, not looking too great. They're down to 3. They could still do a lot with 3, though.
They're going for a late cross out here on the Eastern Bridge. Mezexis, we'll see if their camping is going to pay off a little bit better this time, as they have gone for the 2-2 split. It looks like Ghost is coming out on top of the fight up against Dior, and when the team on the bottom goes up against the team on the top, it's kind of what you expect to happen, just giving more points into the coffers, and here comes the send that we were talking about. But it's not exactly on the bridge we were expecting. It's the Unnamed pushing across into the Panthers. 2 players end up going down, but Panthers not out of this one yet. Here comes the send. Hisu is here, able to make it in alive. Fameboy's looking to follow up. Poppy, this player's got a gun. We know it. What can they do? Looking for the snap, the 180. Fameboys is sending it. Okay, but maybe sending it right to the grave.
Fameboys, he had to send that because there was 2 players of the Panthers that he would have crashed into. I mean, we see 1 player on the bridge, but Hisu actually got knocked by a different player, or not a different player, a player from the Panthers at a different angle. So that caused Fameboys to kind of give up on, taking this fight and going for that reset. TU, they went from 4 down to 1 to a beautiful bridge camp out of the Panthers.
And this, in my eyes, is the quintessential bridge camp. You chill in the back of that truck and you pop up and hello, but at the same time, you called it. When you do extend yourself like this and you put yourself on the bridge, it does leave you open to be shot in the back. That's why Mezexis didn't do it. And that's why the Panthers may be regretting it right now. They did pick up a good amount of kills, but X-Set still very much in play. However, the Panthers, at least with this additional angle, they look to finish what they started.
Did you catch that circle shift just now? It was a hard northwest circle, and 40% of the circle is the water. What? Fame Boys taking some revenge, though, for his teammates that fell down to the Panthers, and not able to get it done, and that goes out to you. Valiant effort on that bridge cross. I like the decisiveness, right? At least they were decisive about that. Now with this new zone shift, hey, Ghost Gaming, they got 4 up. They control a good portion of the land. They could win this one.
They very well could. The key is to try. They need a little bit of luck as well, because they need to hope that as teams push into the circle, they don't crash them simultaneously. If they can take these 4v4s one at a time, or at least with some semblance at that, they can win any 4v4 in the lobby. That's not the problem. The problem is when it's not a 4v4, but a 4vx. As we can see the swim coming in. Interesting decision here from PassionFruit. They've sort of had to rotate their course halfway, and all 4 players out in the water heading into the beach. That could get a little dicey for them. They're going to need to try and cover each other as much as possible as they pop out of the water, like a bunch of Navy SEALs or something.
And Lazarus, we see Lazarus taking the high top advantage. This should have been X-Set's, but Lazarus actually came in behind and killed one of X-Set. So X-Set, you know, looking a little bit weaker and not able to take this position. They're still going to try and take it, though. Juicy, Overwatch player going down. That's the most critical player on a push, the Overwatch. Once the Overwatch goes down, it gives Lazarus the green light to go super aggro on the players that pulled up. And it's all down to J7, and there we go. Lazarus looking so strong and in commanding positions with Sixless IGLing this last Super Weekend. They are looking really, really good.
That last player of X-Set just got melted. Man out here looking like Swiss cheese as Lazarus just collapsed on him. And this is only the start of the action we were about to see with so much water still in the circle. Condensed will be the teams that are still in play. Decent amount of cover, trees, terrain, good kind of spot to fight in here. It's watching teams just trying to set up as best they can, and Killer going for the shack and will be able to find it. That is a great foothold for Mezexis on this beach. Oh, but I may have spoken too soon as Rage is getting dropped. And PassionFruit, looks like they may have made the beach, but nothing is guaranteed.
Steve-O got shot from behind down to 1 HP. Hey, that outfit actually kind of camouflages with the beach side right there. The PassionFruit, Steve-O, that camouflage not working out too well as he does get picked up by Killer. It's a 1-for-1 trade though. PassionFruit killed one of Mezexis, and Mezexis answers right back.
A little tit for tat. All right, I see how it is. A little back and forth. Syndicate looking to get involved as well here on the outside with plenty of teams. PassionFruit able to get up onto the beach. 2 of the players anyway. Sleepless Estella in the water. And EFC still over on the mainland. Them and JCR playing the water strats. Going to try and hold on as long as they can. Just try and survive. Level X with the same idea. But that's not a strat that allows you to win, Zute. It's just a strat that, well, you hope you don't lose too quick.
Yeah, another way you don't win is what HQA just pulled. They try to just push into Syndicate as they were just down to scrap members, and HQA going out with no points this game, just as well as we support farmers. So the rat race for bottom 16, the 16th place spot, still in full effect. No team really pulling ahead of one another. Syndicate mounting a great defense on the edge, catching the rest of the 2 PassionFruit players. Now PassionFruit just down to Sleepless in the water, and we got the next zone shift, and a little bit of the water is still in play. Ghost Gaming has not gotten the circle, and the team with the best position is probably between Lazarus and the Panthers right now.
Lazarus with the high ground, the Panthers with the hard cover. These teams are going to have the work cut out for them, though, to hold on to it, as the rest of the teams are going to look to start crashing in soon. Ghost Gaming still staying very clumped together. Syndicate, though, going for more of a split, as we can see right now. Asen pretty separated from the rest of his team. All of them trying to look to find and leverage these angles in and around the tree cover as best they can, but they got to get in the vehicles. They got to make the play now. You can see on the screen as well, Ghost Gaming looking to do just that, but going around towards the water. Interesting play here from Syndicate. They're going to look to try and take over the beach.
Yeah, it's a good play because they have information on this side. They've been working the Mezexis players. They've been knocking one after another, so they know this side is weak. They don't know what the info's like elsewhere, so I don't mind. I don't blame them if they just take the beach. Sure, the beach not the best position on the map, but it's the only position they've kind of worked their way in so far. You see one player of Syndicate, right, trying to not go for the beach, and you just saw what happened to him. And somehow Syndicate was actually ready for that. They were covering that one player, and they got 2 knocks onto Ghost. It's a 2v2 situation. Ghost Gaming has the huge advantage of now bringing it back down to a 2v1. Both teams not in zone. This is kind of looking like a mutual destruction type of play.
I gotta give props. Ghost appreciated the second they heard that vehicle coming in, instantly bailed on the revives, instantly turned the corner, and HH24 is gonna get the better of him in the end. 2 players went down while they were taking shots towards the player, moving into the outside. Great little job from Syndicate there, but may have been too little too late. Ghost Gaming, I think they're gonna be able to get all... No, they had to leave Bayo, I think. Bayo is gonna go... Why is it always Bayo? As the rest of the team is going to be able to push in at least. The vehicle will explode, but Ghost Gaming still in it. However, they're in a precarious position.
I was just going to mention, Bayo gets the short end of the stick once again. And you know what?
Oh!
Okay, well, the whole team gets the short end of the stick, and that stick is being thrown by Lazarus. Great shots out of Lazarus on that high ground, taking advantage, and that's Ghost Gaming out. Now Lazarus, undeniably best position in the game. Even if they don't get the circle, yeah, that's a hard shift away from last, but they have so much high ground elevation that they can work their way in. And they're the only 4-man team up. We're just down to duos and solos at this point.
And Knights, the team who we saw lose the first player in this game, first blood to them, are still in this next circle. They have been able to dodge and weave, able to creep and crawl, able to slither their way into this next circle, but for how long? Because Fate is pushing on in. He's pushing up, trying to gather the intel. Solitude and Alucard are there, and, well, they're fighting back.
They threw that nade right back. Fate with no hard cover, definitely an easier target to nade. Now the rest of the...
What are you doing, Lazarus? No! There's one place on the entire map that you objectively die, and congratulations, you found it. Oh my goodness. I don't quite understand. You okay, Zute? You okay? You okay?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was... That's...
Sorry, something caught in my throat there. Look,
Yeah,
Sixless may still 1v2 these guys, but it just makes that last play so much worse. And no, the third party from the Panthers comes in. The team that we thought had one of the best positions could scout out, could gather intel, sending it in one at a time. With haphazard vehicle sends, gets eliminated. And I was about to say, Zute, that's an opportunity for them to make up for the win they almost had in that last game.
That was such a disappointing play to see at this point in the tournament, especially coming out of Lazarus. Lazarus stays getting full squad wide bopped when they shouldn't get full squad wide bopped. So we're down to the duos and the solo out of EFC Coops. Let's change the topic to something more exciting.
Let's get back to it.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Let our analysts break that one down, I'm sure. Because I'm sure there was more than we saw on the screen, but still, from our POV, quite comedic. But look, we still got a game to cast. We still got a final circle situation to deal with, as we're seeing only 7 players left alive. And how often do you see that be the case with 4 teams up? No full 4-man squad to work with. We talked about the buddy system earlier, Zute. This is what it comes down to. The Panthers on their island, 10 kills to their name.
Yeah, they defended their island with force. Now, they do drop down one player. It's looking like it could be a 2v1v1v1. I think I added one extra one, but you guys get the idea. And oh my god, that circle shift! Coops has a chance here. Wait, is the last player out of EFC Coops? Yes, it is. Coops has a chance here to stay in the water undetected and then pop up and shoot the last few players in the back like Navy SEAL style. Now, they get the Panthers get the revive. It will be a 2v2v2v1. right back down. I don't think they could get that next one. Well, they got 20 seconds. They could do this. JCR already in the zone. And JCR has no idea. If the Knights could push in, or if the Panthers could push in and knock one of JCR, Koops could pop up, wipe that player out, and hopefully also working off of JCR's defense, get the last player of the... This might just happen. Koops might win this Navy SEAL style. It would be insane to see.
EFC was put in timeout. I want to remind the folks at home, they were put in timeout earlier in the game. They were being camped. They were in the water off the coast of the mainland. Koops swam all the way in. His team was down and out. And like you said, Zute, he's potentially in a position... Oh, he's already got his team a top 4 finish. This is way better than anybody could have expected, but there's still a chance he can walk away with the win. The Knights, though, may have been first blood in the lobby, but they're looking to be the last blood, still pumping as they're looking in towards JCR. Talk about the knocks, talk about the opportunities. Murder's looking one way, Nemesis the other, as these teams are pushing in now. Only one member of the Panthers up as well. Nemesis, nice little piece of hard cover, the one rock left on the beach. Not necessarily a pebble, but let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about is that it's shallow water. I don't know if Koops could stay swimming in the water. That circle is so close, and it's not fully closed yet. Koops might have to beach onto the side before he even wants to. The circle's still closing. One of JCR does go down, so the Knights getting a spread, working that advantage in. It's a 2v1v1 situation, and the Knights are going to go aggressive here. Alucard, this actually works out for Koops. If Alucard goes down, now it's a 1v1v1 situation. And oh, this is one of the legal popping up. This is it. 1v1v1.
This is the moment. Solitude is there, and here comes the snake.
Oh, let's
but
go.
It's not a snake. It's a shark pouncing on the prey. And Legal's out in the blue. First aiding through. Got 4
Let's
left.
go.
And Koops.
Oh, he did it.
Enigma Fan Club with the chicken dinner. Koops, the ultimate stealth play out in the water. Everybody thought it was clear. They didn't see the no swimming sign, and even if there was, Koops was ignoring it. He waited. The trigger disciplines Zute. There's when the first player goes down, does he pounce? No. When the second player comes in and pounces, does he pounce? No. It's the last player for the Knights to go for the revive, and he gets them both down and out. He then storms the beach, a one-man army.
Koops, the Navy SEAL, the water snake coming in clutch. And I actually got so loud, Hodrix popped in as like, Zute, are you okay? I never heard you get so loud before. And
Good.
Oh, there he is. But yeah, that was the loudest I've ever gotten. Oh, Koops, the star, and it's not just any player out of EFC. We had the star player out of EFC, right? So like that just makes it even more beautiful.
And I think the best part about that is like 2 minutes earlier or 3 minutes, you identified, you're like, actually the way the circle is, like there's a chance the Koops could actually spring here. You instantly looked for it, Zute. And as we look, I mean, all right, look, we could talk about this all day, but frankly, I'm out of breath. We only casted 2 games. We still got a whole lot of Super Weekend in front of us. So look, we're going to toss to a short break. The analysts are going to have to try and make some sense of that last game because, oh my goodness, was it a doozy. That's it for us. Let's send it back to our analysts. Oh boy!
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And HyperTouch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. EFC, shouts to Coops, man. I mean, we've had some electric closes here at the PMPL. It's F dot at 7 and it's Glitter, and we've seen some cool gunfights. But man, you know, in the words of my friend, the late Allied, that's some Tom Clancy stuff. Just real covert under here. I love it. That was exciting. Coops takes his team to the top, and EFC are able to win the chicken dinner this time around. I mean, Glitter, you ever seen anything like it?
No, and there were at least 3 separate times where I was convinced that somebody had to have spotted Coops out in the water, and that was such a good way to end the first day of our final Super Weekend.
I love that. I love that thing that just showed up. 100% true. Oh man, we were all so hyped up. Also during that section, as soon as we realized that the JCR player didn't know that Coops was there, we were screaming. We're like, oh, there's no way this is gonna happen. Well, guess what? It did happen. Enigma Fan Club comes out with the chicken dinner right there with 24 points. We have the Panthers. Hey, credit to them as well. They were able to pull up 11 kills. And Glitter, if I'm not mistaken, I think this might be one of their best games by far this tournament.
Easily one of their best games by far. So the Panthers are able to pick it up. Knights finally get some solid points on the board for themselves. They get a nice placement and 4 kills to go along with it. So 14 points will go to the Knights. Lazarus also having another decent game. Ghost Gaming, JCR, Level X, and Syndicate rounding out our top 8. Level X and Syndicate both with 7 points apiece, keeping themselves in a nice solid position so far.
Yeah, and then we have Level X right there, 7. I mean, Lazarus too? The switch that we saw Lazarus here towards the second half of the day to now has been really, really impressive as we're going to be going here towards the second page. And with this one, I mean, it wasn't as top heavy as we've seen some of the other stuff. PassionFruit Esports there with 4 points. Mezexis with 3. Exit with 2. And then Helping Good Edition. Some of the teams that we were talking at the beginning of the show, guess what? They kind of fell off here in the final game with just 1 point apiece for We Support Farmers and Helping Good Edition. And then we have the Unnamed 0 points, Your Esports 0 points, Nova Esports 0. What's going on? I mean, we got a shark. We got 0 points. What an amazing way to... Dude, this was awesome.
I don't
It really was. It really was a fun day. Cool stuff from the top to the bottom. I mean, we started off with Ghost nailing 3 in a row. That was sick. And so they're going to just be comfortable in number 1. Again, let's zoom out and look at the macro picture, right? We're here in Super Weekend number 3, our final of 3 Super Weekends. Everybody pocketing points with finals in the future. 20 teams show up, only 16 are able to make it to those finals. And we'll be able to show you right here, we're showing you the overall standings where everybody lies. As I said, Ghost are on top and get used to it. They're over 100 points on top. It's not gonna change. You might as well ink it in pen. Nova on second place. That's a position that we might see some back and forth here, 7.
Yeah, I mean, Exit has now been catching up to Nova. The kind of thing that worked out, right, is we saw in the previous Miramar, before this last match, we saw Nova and Exit there being together towards the end of that match. And here on this last match, they kind of ended up together in regards to just the points that they were able to achieve. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, as you mentioned there, F-Dot, if we do end up seeing more of a fight there for the second place. We go down, we see the Unnamed. I feel like today was maybe one of their worst days by far. Not sure what happened there to that team, one that used to be so consistent. And then we go to the opposite. The Lazarus, I mean, you just heard us talk about it. The second half of the day, especially today, was super impressive. Once again, if you're just tuning in, 19 Esports is grayed out because they are not playing this Super Weekend. We have Mezexis Esports. I feel like today they were actually super impressive with the aggression that they were bringing in. The Panthers as well, we saw there in the last game what they were able to do. As we're going to be going here towards the second pitch clear, this is when everybody starts biting their nails a little bit. We see some teams now starting to crawl up and get a little bit closer and closer to the hit list.
We we see that EFC, like we had seen earlier, has jumped above the hit list by a pretty decent margin at this point. Syndicate has also moved up a spot and is slowly creeping up on the hit list points as well. JCR and Level X hanging out in that 14th, 15th position. Although the points do fall off a little bit more when we get from 15 to 16. We Support Farmers has jumped up from 17th to 16th. So now you see that Aphelion Esports is knocked out officially of that top 16 position since they're not playing this weekend and will not have an opportunity to get any more points up on the board. But also, all the way there at the top, PassionFruit was holding on to our 8th place position for a long time. They do go down to 9th, but are still more than safe as of right now. And then we'll take a look here at our 3rd and final page to see exactly where our 17th through 20th place teams have managed to position themselves. And as I said, you see Aphelion Esports there now at 17th place. HQA is literally only 26 points behind them. They have now jumped above Pro Era, having started in 19th at the beginning of the day. 26 points over 10 more games. If they can continue playing like some of their stronger performances today, is more than doable for that squad. And Dior Esports closing out the day at 21 points. They still have a pretty long journey ahead of them, but we saw them have these moments of greatness, and if they can continue to do so over the next 2 days, I'm definitely not counting them out by any means.
And in a way, it was an impressive day for HQA as well, because at the end of their first Super Weekend, the only Super Weekend they played, right after playing 15 matches, they ended up with 37 points. Today, they were almost able to double that in just one day. So promising stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of see them shoot a little bit towards We Support Farmers.
That's the idea. You know, I think that's the biggest deal. Is I used this turn of phrase the other day, is that this is a pass or fail type situation, right? Nobody looks at your GPA once you have your diploma, and nobody's gonna care how you got to finals, just as long as you get there. Now, if you're number 16 and you make it to finals, well, you've got to change things once you get there, but there's a lot of time and a lot of PUBG Mobile to be played. And so our team's certainly gonna look towards that one. For now, we'll look towards tomorrow. Same situation, same maps, same teams, same dealio, but of course, all the teams hoping for a different outcome. Except for Ghost. They're probably pretty comfortable. That said, I think that's the end of our day here. Seven and Glitter, as always, holding down the fort, bringing us the best in the business. Our commentators making sure the players are able to be translated to you guys. And of course, production for keeping the lights on. So thank you for showing up. You guys are the most important part of the show. Follow us on socials. Follow us into the future. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck and good night.